I know that I just had you pronounce your name, and my brain is like, no, it's back to the way you said it before, and I'm gonna mispronounce it. I'm gonna
It
stop
is
before
haktical.
I do. Tactical. I'm sorry.
No problem. And I'm also joined here by my friend Evil Ash 25 for commentary.
Hello, I'm here along for the ride with all you guys in chat.
All right, so I believe there was a naming incentive for this game. So do we have that name that we will be using? Last I checked, I think it was Nami, but I'd like to confirm.
Give me 5 seconds because I think I've got something different.
Okay.
Yep, I have your name backwards, basically.
Oh boy.
Lakataka. That's the best I've got for trying to say your name. Say it backwards.
Is it bad that I'm going to look it up? Because
Lakitkaah.
Okay. That's. Oh yeah, it's. I can't even do this. This is horrible.
You got to do the alphabet backwards after this.
I can do that because I've memorized that. Words are a much bigger challenge. All right. I think we're ready to get going. Name looks right. Okay.
Lakitaka?
Do not be surprised in advance if I just say Aramon, which is the canonical main character's name, instead of trying to pronounce this sometimes.
You can thank Guernea.
Thanks, Guernea.
Yes, thank you.
Anyway, let's get into the run. There's plenty to talk about. So, jump right in. I will give a countdown from 5 if we are ready to go.
So.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so this game here is Aidyn Chronicles the First Mage for the Nintendo 64. Yes, contrary to popular belief, the Nintendo 64 does have one or more RPGs for it. This game came out pretty late in the Nintendo 64's life cycle, so, oops, I already made a mistake. Do not mean to grab that chest, but it's no big deal.
So this came out the same year as the GameCube, right?
Yeah, roughly. It was 2001, I believe. I don't remember exactly what month.
It's like, I think 2001 early, and GameCube was closer to the end of the year.
Sounds about right. So the game starts off, there's an intro cutscene, which we skipped, that basically just sets up the start of the game and introduces a couple of characters. Basically, the king of Guernea Castle tells the cook to go look for Aramon, who has gone missing, and the cook goes and talks to Abracon the Knight, who complains that Alaron's been ruining some swords, and then Retta the Mage, who complains about Alaron stealing spell stuff, and then we find out from Prince Sheridan that Alaron has gone off into the forest to look for a farmer who's gone missing. So then we start off here in the forest. And we got a little short combat here, just one little bat. I'll talk about combat more later because we don't really get into much combat for a while. But
we'll have plenty later.
Yeah, exactly. So Alaron's out here in the forest looking for the farmer Kendall, who's gone missing, and he runs into some Mirari traders that we've talked to, and this is Kendall's hat on the ground. You can pick it up and use it as an item, but we're just going to leave it there. The Mirari warn us of goblins in the forest, and sure enough, we're going to walk over here and run into some goblin poisoners. And this is combat, but it's a scripted fight, so they will hit us twice, and then we will just kind of black out into a cutscene, so nothing really to go on here. Scores a critical hit for 1 damage. It's funny. But yeah, so there's a lot of warning about goblins in the forest. I think there's talk about it in the intro cutscene and a lot of the dialogue, and obviously setting up this goblin encounter. But we wake up in this little hut with Oriana, who is the local herbalist healer that everybody thinks is a witch. One thing I'll mention real quick is that I'm using a turbo controller, so there will be times that I will be turning turbo on and off. It is allowed for this run. So I'm playing on a Retro Fighters Brawler controller with turbo. So I'm not going to be like mashing text the whole time. So
Our first dream.
yeah, do you want to talk about the dream a little bit, Ash?
Yeah, so I guess Alaron here, he has these dreams throughout the game here that they're kind of weird in that he's still talking to the person who's there at the same time, and there's these monsters there at the same time who are just basically right now telling him to die. But a lot of it is kind of like, some of it later on is going to be some foreshadowing as far as the story goes, and you don't really get much information in this first dream.
Yeah, basically you see all these evil, scary-looking monsters, and this woman's like, "Oh, they like you. They just want to be friends." And then
They want to kill you.
yeah, and then this shows up, which definitely won't be important later. So that's all we do here. After that dream, basically the outcome of the dream is that Oriana couldn't fully cure us of the poison, she doesn't think, so she tells us to go back and see if the wizards in Guernea Castle are able to help us out. And she creates these lights for us that kind of indicate a safe path. Now, I'm going to try to be hugging the wall in a certain way over here to skip both a bat encounter, which we tend to fight later, so it's not a big deal if it doesn't happen. And there's also a dialogue that I'm going to try to skip. It's pretty inconsistent. Sometimes things just load weirdly, but it looks like we're fine. There's a dialogue with a couple of Mirari that takes like 10 or 15 seconds if you just kind of walk directly down this path.
Yeah, these lights here in this early part of the game are pretty helpful because it's very easy to get lost in this forest area. So it's pretty nice that they added these in, kind of a little bit of a tutorial on where to go, because this game is pretty short on tutorials.
Yeah, this game does not do a whole lot to hold your hand with explaining how things work or what the effects of different stats or skills are. You kind of have to figure a lot of it out for yourself. But I'm going to go off the path here for a minute and go through this river. There's some treasure over here in this kind of abandoned, dilapidated town. And there's one specific item there I need, which is a rope, which will increase the wearer's thief skill. And so I'm going to run up here to outside of this, and I'm just going to look forward for this goblin to flash on and off screen in the distance. You may or may not have seen it, but I saw it, and run by. So this game has a sneaking mechanic, which you'll see in just a moment, and combat in this game is really slow, so I will be sneaking by a lot of enemies. But sneaking is also pretty slow, so when possible, I'm going to try to run past enemies when they are looking away or can't catch me. I will also be doing a lot of saving throughout the game to reload if I do get into a fight that I'm not supposed to. And I'm going to actually intentionally take this fight because it's going to set me back a ways. The way fleeing in this game works is it kind of keeps track of places you've loaded into, certain loading triggers or combat or whatever, and it sets you back a couple of those when you flee. So if you need to backtrack, you can actually use it to your advantage a little bit. And yeah, then we're just going to run on towards Guernea Castle. There's a couple cutscenes, and then I will get to sneak by some enemies. Yeah, goblin, rope, sneaking. Yeah. So this is what sneaking looks like. Right up here, there's a lot of kind of visual cues that I use for like when to sneak and when to run. Movement in this game is pretty slow, and as you can see, sneaking is also pretty slow. So I want to be doing it as little as possible, but getting into combat really is a pretty big time loss. So I, for the marathon especially, will err on the side of sneaking early and ending my sneaking later to try to ensure I don't get encounters. But what I was saying earlier is that I will be doing a lot of saving. Because of the way Flea works, where it sets you back pretty far, I will do a lot of saving before encounters that might have RNG or might be just kind of risky, so that way I can simply flee and reload and not have to walk back in the event that I get an encounter accidentally. Fleeing in this game is free. There is no, you have to do it on your turn. Well, there's a glitch that sometimes happens to do it on an enemy turn, but there's no like RNG in running away or anything like that.
Yeah, saving anywhere is kind of the saving grace of this game, because there's a lot of things that can easily go wrong, especially at these lower levels. At least like, as far as like playing this game casually, if you don't know what you're doing, and it's pretty easy to lose a character or die. So being able to constantly save is definitely helpful.
Mm-hmm. And there's a few times that I'll even use saving and reloading to exploit enemy position or the way encounters draw, even beyond that. So just going to run to this house real quick, steal a few potions from this guy, don't worry about it. And I will actually do a save here. One thing I've run into a few times in this game is that, especially when using Turbo, is that there are a few dialogues in this game that will sometimes soft lock the game. I've never had it happen on this one. There's really only two specific ones that I can think of, but I haven't saved it all yet so far, so just in case something unexpected happens, I will be saving before a lot of dialogues. There are also a number of crashes that are possible in this game, so saving often is recommended.
Always save.
Always save. So anyway,
these cutscenes are pretty weird in that so I guess now that the main character here, Aramon, is back, they're asking him, "Where were you all this time? We've been looking for you for days," right? But the camera angles on these cutscenes are really weird sometimes. You'll see it quite a bit. Like you'll have like interesting pans like that, but then also you'll have like a character talking that's not even on the screen sometimes.
Yeah, like right here, you're explaining what happened to the knight Abracon, and Prince Sheridan is out here also. And Abracon tells Sheridan to like go into the castle and find somebody, and Sheridan's just standing here, and you're still talking away, and then at one point, like right here, Abracon's just surprised that Prince Sheridan is still there, but he's been there the whole time. He hasn't moved.
Yeah,
there's a lot of that. People talking about HD remasters. One thing to note is that this game does have a high resolution mode with the expansion pack.
High lag mode.
But it's really laggy. I thought about doing it for an incentive, but I haven't timed a full run using high res mode, so I wasn't sure how much time it would waste.
Speaking of the power of the expansion pack.
Speaking of that, this game is actually very different with or without the expansion pack. If you don't have the expansion pack, you get slightly different music in places, you get some different enemy encounters, some different enemy placement. It's a little bit crashier. And yeah, so it's actually like it's actually pretty different. I really don't think it would affect the speedrun much. Might change some of the fighting or whatever. But overall, I think it'd be a pretty small difference, but it'd be interesting to find out. I don't think I even have the original N64 jumper pack anymore to try. But we talked to the king down here in the castle, and basically he says that they don't really have the wizards to spare to help us, and they're busy, and they don't think they'll be able to help anyway, whatever, and recommends that we go see the Mirari in a city called Aramon. and the king says we're allowed to take 2 party members with us. And we get a few different options. There is the Knight Abracon, who we take, the Alchemist Godric, who we take with us, the Mage Retta, and the Thief Brenna. And the one thing that's nice is that even if we don't take Brenna, she will forcibly join our party anyway.
Unless you have a full party, that is.
Well, he only lets you take 2. You can't have a full party.
Right.
So if you choose Brenna as one of those 2, then you leave
and you only have
with
3. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. So anyway, Abracon is very strong early on in the game. So that's the main reason.
He's going to carry the team for a while.
Yeah. We're also going to run over here to this chest real quick and grab a nice sword. And yeah, and then we're going to take Godric. And Godric is not very good, but Godric has Alchemy. And there is sort of an exploit you can do in this game where there are various spell reagents, spice, herbs, and gemstones that are used for spellcasting, and they can also be used for alchemy, for crafting. And at level 3 alchemy, which Godric starts with, you can make restore potions, which sell for 1,000 gold each, even though they cost about 150 gold worth of materials to make. So, yeah, I'm going to be watching a short scene, and then I'm going to be selling off almost all of my equipment for some starter gold to buy those reagents, and then doing about 3 minutes worth of potion crafting just to farm money, basically. I'm going to go up to about 100,000 gold, and I'm also going to make a few useful potions, curing potions, strength and dexterity potions, that will be used for some of the combat in the game. I'll be buying more of those later, but I need some to start off with. So we're just going to run up the hill here. I'm going to do a quick menu to equip a couple of the things that I picked up, that sword and the rope, for example. I'm going to put some cloth armor on Brenna because it will increase her sneak, even though it's worse armor than she starts with, and then sell off basically everything else. So, oops, that's all right. Accidentally unequipped an extra item. One thing that's cool is this game does actually let you use the D-pad for menuing. So that's kind of nice compared to a lot of N64 games that require you to use the joystick. But yeah, so the next few minutes I'm just going to be making potions. So now is a great time for donations or plugs or anything like that. If there's anything that's come in.
Fantastic donations to read here. Shadow Killer donated $50 and said, "Hey, Hack, I know you're doing a run right now and all that, but I just won the New Egg Shuffle, and I was wondering if you could tell me if this GPU is worth getting or not. I'll send you the info on Discord. Good luck with AC, and don't leave out any lore."
Thanks, SK.
That's good.
That one made me laugh a lot. We also had a $50 donation from Era of Ruto. Always good to see the 5th best RPG on the N64 run by one of my favorite streamers, especially for good cause. Good luck with the Witch Ring.
Thanks, Era.
Top 5.
Doing a couple more?
Yeah, you've got a few minutes, so if you've got more, read them. If not, we can more. Fill.
I've got Anatolo with $25 donation saying, donating for the best stealth RPG for the N64. Day Ryan with $25 donations saying, love what you all are doing. From someone who has dealt with and is dealing with his own mental health issues, I am glad to see money being raised for such a great cause. Keep up the good work. And also a thank you to the donation, $25 donation from Nightflyer and a $19 donation from My Hero Zero. Appreciate you, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you very much, friends, Anatolu, everybody else who's donated.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. So oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you want to talk about like the early game and kind of
I was just going to mention that one thing you're saying you're making you're making all these potions here. There is a chance that you can fail to make the potion and your materials are wasted. It seems like what, like 1 out of 5 or so?
Um, yeah, I don't know. Something I'd say a little bit more than that, maybe like a 25 or 30% chance of failure, but I'm not actually sure. Um, I'd say I average making 35 out of every 49 attempts, whatever that comes out to. So like a 30% chance of failure or so. But I haven't like done any scientific testing.
Yeah, I assume that the chances get better as your alchemist level goes up, but I've not looked at that.
Yeah, there are a lot of mechanics in this game that are not really well explained, um, like how your alchemist skill affects creation rate, and do any stats like intelligence or anything affect it? It's possible, but in the speedrun, really, all we care about is getting this initial boost of money and potions and everything like that. I'm going to
Yeah,
make a few more, even though I've kind of got the money that I need. I do still need to make some curing potions and everything too, but I'd rather err on the side of a little bit extra money.
yeah. This is one of those games that there's like I think there's a Prima strategy guide, and there's like maybe two guides on game facts with one of them being like partially done. So like one real guide on game facts. So there's not much information out there about this game. And there's like you said disassembly that somebody had done on this game, but digging through that is definitely kind of difficult to figure out, how some of the mechanics work. But there's definitely a lot of stuff to find out yet about this game as far as like the mechanics and what your chances of doing things are. And as you'll see in battle too, there's chances of like hitting spells and like hitting enemies, and your armor and protection comes into play. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that you don't see.
Yeah. So as Ash mentioned, there's somebody Black Gamma 7 who's been doing a decomp using I forget the name of the tool, but it's the NSA tool that was released a while ago for like generic decomposition. So there's like a pseudocode decomp of the game available that's in C++, and
On
it's not
GitHub, right?
yeah, on GitHub, and it's not Gidra, that's it, and it's not very well like labeled or documented. The Black Gamma has done a lot of work on getting function names and things like that in there, but you can't really still look at it well without kind of knowing how to read C++ a little bit. And I found a few, interesting pieces of information there, like multipliers for various like solar and lunar attributes, which I'll talk more about in a minute, and some thresholds for how stats work and that sort of thing. So there's useful information that I've dug out of there for sure. But in the end, it hasn't had, like, knowing the numbers hasn't had a major impact yet on the routing. I'll talk a little bit more about the routing for this later, because I do want to shout out some of the people who have worked on the run and kind of what inspired me to play this game. But to start with, I want to start by talking about the mechanics of the game a little bit. So, as a couple people have mentioned in chat, it's sort of reminiscent to like D&D or tabletop type mechanics, and that's because this game was actually based on a tabletop RPG from the early 80s called Dragon Quest. No relation mechanically to the RPG series that we all know and love, or at least I know and love, but it is the tabletop that held the trademark for the Dragon Quest name in the West, which is why the original Dragon Quest games were called Dragon Warrior. So yeah, that's kind of the inspiration for a lot of the mechanics for this game. I know nothing about the tabletop, so maybe somebody who knows something there could contribute a little bit more towards some of the background mechanics. But the general gist of it is that it kind of decouples what you normally think of as a character class from you don't have like a character class, you have skills instead. So you have in this game 6 core stats: intelligence, which affects your spell casting; willpower, which affects your spell resist; strength, which affects your damage; dexterity, which affects your movement, initiative, turn order, that kind of thing; endurance, which gives you hit points; and then stamina. And stamina is pretty interesting in this game because there's no MP system. So using certain skills like disarming traps, for example, or casting spells doesn't come from like an MP pool. It actually has a stamina cost associated with it. So there are cases where casting a spell in combat will actually hurt you. There is a little bit of a stat to make up for that called spell battery, which is an item stat. But yeah, it's sort of an interesting take on things. I'm going to fight this wolf real quick because you can sneak by it, but it's unreliable and usually faster to just fight it. But you can see here that like Godric and Brenna are both not at full health, even though they haven't taken damage from anything. And that's from that stamina cost that I was just talking about.
Yeah, so you had picked the lock of the chest with Brenna, right? To use her stamina there. And with Godric, you had made all those potions, so that ate their stamina.
Right. Yeah. Godric can cast a spell in that fight sometimes. It usually fails and just wastes time, so I don't do it. But and if I had done that, he would have taken a notable amount of his hit points just to try to cast the spell. It's really funny. So yeah, so those are like the core stats of the game, and then you have your skills, and your skills are kind of split into a couple of different types. I'm going to do a safety save here in case I get an encounter. But your skills have like proficiency type skills, so swords, shields, missile weapons, etc. And then you also have skills, and this is the fight that I was worried about. Not worried about, it's easy, but it's faster to just reload and run by it. And then you have skills that you would typically associate with like RPG classes, like warrior, thief, wizard, ranger, that sort of thing. And characters can have multiple of these skills. Everybody starts off with a certain set of skills and can learn more of them. Not everybody can learn everything, but you can kind of mix and match what you do. And then you also have your spells. And the way this game kind of works is that when you defeat encounters, you get experience points that go into a pool, and you can spend that pool of experience to raise your stats or skills or spells. So the routing for this game...
After battle, right? Yeah.
Yeah, after battle. Well, after battle or at a trainer. So there are certain NPCs that can train you in skills and spells. And you actually get like a 20, 25, I think it's 20% discount on the XP cost if you train stuff at a trainer. But I'll only be doing that at one spot. And yeah, so you kind of divvy up your experience and kind of build your character how you want to build them, which I think is a pretty cool way of doing things. It leads to a lot of customization or flexibility. It can also lead to, I don't want to say like trap builds, but like the game doesn't do a great job of explaining numerical impacts to things. So it's easy to put experience points into something that really doesn't do anything useful for you.
Right. Or if you're like me, when I play RPGs, is you just hoard all your XP because you don't know what to put it in, because you don't know what is good in the game.
Yeah, exactly. What does this game do a good job of explaining? Shadow Killer asks.
The
Good question.
The story's good. It does a pretty good job of leading you through the story, and it's got like good character interaction and all that. But as far as like knowing what the stats do, you do have like an info screen. If you hit like, I think it's C down in the menu, that gives you like kind of a generic explanation of like each stat, like Haktical just said, as well as the spells and stuff like that. But unfortunately, it's not super detailed, so you don't know exactly, if I give myself 1 point of dexterity, what does it actually mean? I know these stats are supposed to be going up, but by how much? You can't. It's really difficult to measure.
Yeah, exactly. And the other character attribute that I want to talk about isn't a stat or a skill. There's a couple. There's two more. There's your spell affinity. So there are 4 schools of magic in this game, naming star, necromancy, and elemental. And characters are generally associated, if they can learn the wizard skill, with one school of magic and only learn spells from that school. There are also some neutral ones. The main character is an exception. He can learn magic from any school. And there's a reason for that, a story reason, which we'll talk about later. The main
Spoilers.
character can also learn any skill. Yeah, and then there's also one other attribute. I'm going to do a quick save load here because there's an enemy that tends to aggro and it can be hard to tell. One other attribute that comes up is characters are either solar or lunar affiliated. And solar attribute characters get a penalty or bonus to certain actions. I'm not entirely sure everything that's affected by it, honestly, based on time of day. So it's either a 25% bonus or a 25% penalty for day versus night. And then lunar attribute characters are affected by the cycle of the moon. So in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you can see that there's like a little dial that shows right now that it's nighttime and it's, the whatever the current moon phase is. And those bonuses range from 50, 25, like 50% penalty, 25% penalty, even 25% bonus, 50% bonus. So I will be taking advantage of that at certain points in the game.
And the game doesn't explain that at all, does it?
No, not really. Some weapons and equipment, and I think some spells also have equivalent elemental affinity that can only be used, like the Jester's Mace, which I'll get later but not used, can only be used by a lunar aspect character, for example. Does come up a couple times. There's occasionally times where you'll get a really good weapon and realize the character you want to use it on can't equip it. But yeah, I will be trying to take advantage of certain time of day or time of lunar cycles at certain points in the run. So
We're almost there.
Yep, we're almost to Aramon. We're almost to the next town. The first thing I'm going to be doing here is there's a treasure chest in this town, which has a few different potential pieces of loot. It drops money. It usually drops a spell reagent. It can drop sapphire gems, which sell for money. It can drop a wizard hat, which increases your wizard skill by 1. Or, most importantly, it can drop a witch ring, which increases your wizard skill by 2. And the witch ring is vital to this speedrun. And I'll talk more about thresholds for wizard skill and spell level a little bit later. But in the meantime, I'm going to take this in and then walk up to this treasure chest and save scum the treasure chest. And I have seen first try witch rings in practice, and I've been stuck here for 10 minutes before. I expect this to take 2 to 3 minutes, but we could be in for a bit of a ride of just reloading this chest for a while. So I like to compare it to the death necklace in Dragon Quest I Super Famicom, where you're, or Game Boy Color, where you're reopening a chest, waiting and waiting for the 116 drop, which is about what the odds are of the witch ring. I don't know the exact percentage, but it's somewhere around there, 10% maybe, or 5%. I don't know. Yeah, so it's just up these cliffs. This town is very confusing, by the way, to navigate, which we'll see in the caves a little bit later. But yeah, here's the treasure chest. So we're going to save and just see what happens. So now is a great time for more donations or plugs if you have any of those lined up, and we'll be here until we get the witch ring. If not, that's also fine. Ash, do you want to talk maybe a little bit about what the story is in this area, what's going on? I talked a little bit earlier about the poison and everything, but you want to talk a little bit about the Aramon area?
Yeah, so here in Aramon, we're we were sent here to talk with the king, I guess, and ask him to help us cure our poison. So I guess the two kings are friends, and that's kind of how he was sent here. Like Hack was saying, this area is pretty confusing to get around and find all the houses and shops. There's numerous shops in this game. Is one thing. Like you'll walk up to a random person like in the house, and there'll be a shop, and they can sell things, and they can train you. There's probably like maybe close to like 8 to 10 shops in this town alone, which is both good and bad. Good in that there's all kinds of options, but bad in that if you miss one, you could have missed like some important item or training thing you could train up or spell, whatnot. So after we're doing this, we're gonna go talk to the king. He's going to say that I believe there are goblins that they're fighting, and because of that, he cannot help Aileron here to cure his poison. So he's going to send us on a quest to go get rid of these goblins.
Yep. So we're not getting the best RNG here. I did get a wizard hat, which is rare, but there is another place where I can get a wizard hat in the run. It is possible. Oops. No. Don't leave that behind. There's the witch ring.
Oh, there it is.
So yeah, that was,
not
super fast, but about average, I would say. Yeah, so it is possible, I was saying, to get both the wizard hat and the witch ring. I've had 2 actual runs where that's happened. I don't think my current PB does it though, but and it's really nice. It saves like a couple minutes to get both. But then I'm going to be coming here and doing a little bit of shopping for some equipment.
One other thing about this game is like you'll go into a shop too and you'll be like, oh, look at all this cool equipment, and then you can't afford any of it. But thankfully Haktical used that exploit earlier to get a whole bunch of gold here. We can buy some really good expensive items that'll help us get through this next hump of the game.
Yeah, the first boss of this game, which will be coming up pretty shortly, is a pretty big wall casually. It's really difficult, especially because you don't really know what you're doing yet, and having this extra equipment is going to help a lot. The potions are going to help a lot. And I bought a couple things, like a couple of wands, a wand of light, a wand of shielding, and I bought some scrolls of the stupidity spell, which I'll talk about in just a moment. I'm going to do a equip menu here first.
Oh, hey, it's raining.
In this game, never.
Yeah, it's one thing about this game is I've been playing it casually through. It's like it seems to be raining like half the time. It's like always raining in this game. I mean, which is it's cool for like it gives it more atmosphere, right? You get thunderstorms and rain and stuff like that, but it just happens all the time.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So, talking about those scrolls of stupidity that I picked up, I talked about the stat system in this game a little bit, and one mechanic in this game, which is very much tabletop inspired, is that if during combat any of your core stats get reduced to 0, like your strength or your intelligence, for example, you become paralyzed and you cannot act. And if all enemies in the combat are paralyzed, you just win the fight. Now, some fights do have reinforcements, and you need to actually kill off some of the enemies in order to get the reinforcements to come into play. But I'm going to save before this ogre fight. I want to see 4 or fewer ogres. If there are more than 4, I will flee and try it again, because I don't want to deal with reinforcements for this fight. But we will see the power of the stupidity scrolls here. So we see exactly 4, which is pretty normal. And basically, the way the way these spells work is that stupidity decreases your intelligence by your wizard skill plus the spell rank. And in addition, in order to paralyze an enemy, your wizard and spell rank need to be at least half of the enemy's stat. So if they have a 10, you need to have a 5 wizard and 5 stupidity, for example. And scrolls are cast with exactly 5 wizard and 5 stupidity equivalent. So
it's pretty good early game.
Yeah, it's going to be used a lot throughout this speedrun. There is a lot of exploiting the game mechanics to not have to deal with damaging down enemies to death, because combat in this game is pretty slow. Movement, attack animations, things have a lot of hit points, and anything we can clear out quickly, it is much better to do so. There are a couple of other ways that we'll be paralyzing enemies in the run, and there are cases, it happened to me in my most recent practice run, where your party can also become entirely paralyzed and you can lose a fight because of it too. So that's important to keep in mind. Another thing to know is that the main character here, if they die during a fight, like their HP reduced to 0, then it's a game over. There's no revival in this game. Party members are permadeath. It seems like they were trying to add a revival mechanic. I think it was one of the things that was on the list of things that never got implemented, and the general consensus was that the sapphire gems, which I'll only be using to sell, were originally planned to be like revival gems of some sort, I think, or else there's another type of gem. I don't 100% remember the details, but either way, didn't make it into the game. Death is permanent. There is a cheat death spell that you can get, but I don't get that. So yeah, if the main character dies, it's game over. It's really not much of a concern. The character can get paralyzed and things like that. That's fine, as long as it doesn't happen to the entire party. But
I really like how you can sneak by some of these enemies and actually like rub up against them and touch them, and you still don't trigger the combat.
Yeah, sneaking in this game is weird. Some enemies definitely have kind of a cone of their awareness aimed in front of them, so sneaking behind enemies tends to work better. Sometimes you can rub up against them, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you'll try to sneak by an enemy 3 times and it'll just fail twice, and then it'll randomly work. I don't really know how the numbers behind sneaking work, so it's a little bit of a mystery, but the dragon leather that I bought in Aramon gives plus 10 to the sneak skill. So we're going to be pretty good at sneaking by things, and then a character that we get later is going to start with a dragon leather also. So sneaking past enemies isn't usually too much of an issue, but there are a couple of them that can give you problems. So as Ash mentioned, the king wants us to fight off the goblins who are attacking, and in particular, a lot of the enemies here are actually hobgoblins. And if you follow the path normally, casually, coming into Aramon, there's actually a hobgoblin and I think a dire wolf sitting outside town, and it's like a really, really challenging hurdle to get past. But I went around it on the way in here. But here you can see a roaming hobgoblin. And this boss fight is actually going to have a named hobgoblin plus 5 more. And yeah, casually, like I was saying before, it's a really big wall. They cast Spirit Shield, which increases their defense. They do a lot of damage. They have pretty good health. I will save before this fight. It's not usually an issue, but it's a marathon, so let's just save.
Yeah, so you're intended to go through this whole huge area here to explore, defeat a bunch of the goblins and level up in preparation for this fight when you finally find this tent with the named hobgoblin, which is Kitarak. And even then, if you go around and defeat all those guys, this fight is still very difficult casually the first time you get here. And unless you get like up into like the level, I don't know, 6, 7, maybe 8 even, it's going to be extremely difficult to get through it without these potions. So like Haktical mentions, he's using dex potions, and strength potions on 2 characters here, both Guernea there, and then he used it on Abercon. And those each give, I believe, plus 10 for each stat.
Yep.
And then that's going to basically allow us to turn the tables on this really difficult fight.
Yeah, it's going to give a boost to the number of actions that characters get. It's going to give a big boost to damage for Abercon and Guernea. And in addition, it's going to let us exploit a mechanic, which is you can swap weapons in combat through the menu. It does cost a turn to do it, but some weapons have a strength requirement, for example. And when you use a strength potion, you can equip weapons that normally you wouldn't be able to do so. So I'm going to be taking advantage of that to give Abercon and Guernea both better weapons than they should be able to use at this point. There's a big risk with this, which is that I need to make very sure after this fight to unequip them, because if you save the game with a weapon that you are not supposed to be able to equip and then try to load that save, the game will crash on loading, and your save is unusable at that point. I do have safety saves basically everywhere in this game in case something unexpected happens, but the big thing to note is that I need to unequip that stuff after the fight, just to make sure that nothing bad happens. So other thing I did in this fight is I cast Starlight Shield from the wand from Aramon, which gives a pretty good defensive bonus. It means that Abercon and Guernea are both going to be fairly safe. One thing that I'm going to be focusing on here is, when possible, to be attacking enemies from behind, because you ignore their defense when attacking from behind, and additionally, anybody with the thief skill will do extra damage from behind. And yeah, letting Godric die is also an important part of this fight. I use him to kind of absorb a few hits, and otherwise, he doesn't really serve any purpose. We only really get him for the potion grinding, so there is a little bit of a risk here. So you can see that the hobgoblins are kind of ganging up on Aramon, and this is why I saved. He's got pretty good defense. It's not usually an issue. I'm going to turn to be kind of facing them and heal. But, if he gets ganged up enough, he can take quite a bit of damage. You can see in this game that on your turn you get like this movement ring, and when you're close to enemies, similar to like a D&D 5-foot step or something like that, you're pretty restricted on your movement. So sometimes it makes sense to actually, take a step back and just not attack. That way you get better movement on your next action. Sometimes it makes sense to just keep attacking away. So something that's going to be a factor throughout really the entire game. Even though magic gets used a lot during the game, Thief is an incredibly powerful skill. Ignoring defense by attacking from behind is incredibly valuable, and I'm going to be taking advantage of that everywhere I can. As a couple of people have mentioned, the boss of this area, Kitarak, drops a really good sword called Warfang that I will be using for the rest of the run. It's very good. It's one of the best swords in the game, in the entire game.
Not to mention very strange looking.
Not to mention very strange looking, yeah. But it's got very good stats. It does a tap stamina effect when you attack with it. It can cast the darkness spell if used as an item. Never do that, but it can do it. It increases your warrior skill while equipped. And so one of the reinforcements fleed, and now one of the hobgoblins on the combat is fleeing, which is pretty typical. It just speeds up the fight. You still get experience for enemies that flee. It can be kind of hard to tell when enemies are going to flee. I'm sure that there's some mechanic behind it, but I don't really know numerically how it works. Sometimes an enemy will attack one turn and then flee next turn, and nothing's really changed.
It seems fairly common as far as like when you're fighting big groups of enemies. Like by the time you kill like 1 or 2 of them or 3 of them, the rest will flee. But it also depends on like your reinforcements. So if you have reinforcements that haven't seen that other enemies have fleed yet, sometimes they won't flee, and then you have to go kill them.
Mhm.
But you do see enemies flee quite a lot in this.
Okay, unequip our weapons, equip Warfang on Abracon. He's the only one with enough strength to use it right now, so that's who gets it. And then we're gonna sneak back to Aramon. So the king had told us that, you know, our job was to clear out the goblins and make sure you take out the leader, otherwise they'll come back, or something along those lines. And Kitarak is the goblin leader, so that's the trigger to be able to move on from here. That fight was fine. It was maybe a little bit slower than average, but not too much. I had a lot of misses, and you know, there's a little bit of, depending on turn order and missing and things like that. If things start to gang up on people, then you know, you can end up attacking enemies from the front more than you'd like and doing less damage and that sort of thing. So kind of just a normal randomness of the fight. And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to run up and I'm going to intentionally save and load, because that goblin that I snuck past on the bridge on the way here, at certain points in the game, at certain story triggers, enemies in various areas will update, respawn, or be replaced with higher level monsters or whatever. So if you take out a monster on the overworld, typically it's gone. There's no real way of grinding. There are a couple exceptions to that, which I'll talk about in a minute. The ogre grind that used to be done for this run. But, you know, there are certain cases where you can backtrack through an area after completing a story trigger and fight more enemies and higher level enemies. And so that goblin that was on the bridge here gets replaced at this point with an ogre down here on this path, who for some reason doesn't aggro you. You don't need to sneak by him. You can just run around him. Right here, this guy. So he wasn't there on the way up, but he's there on the way back. This ogre's still wandering around. And there was a wolf over here by the river, which is now going to be replaced by a goblin. So yeah, it can be useful when you're playing casually to be able to go back through an area and get more experience if you're short, or get more loot or whatever else, but it doesn't really have a huge impact on the speedrun, except for walking past that ogre is faster than sneaking around the goblin again if you don't save and reset there. But I've definitely lost runs to that save and reset by not unequipping the weapons on Guernea and Abracon, because you get there and you save and you go to reload and the game just immediately crashes, and yeah, then it's over.
Well, you're not playing this game if it doesn't crash, right?
Right.
That happened to me when I've been playing casually. All of a sudden, I wasn't even like doing anything weird. All of a sudden, just bam, I got a crash screen with like green text on it. It says the game has crashed.
Yeah, I've run into crashes actually a lot more on emulator than I do on console, which is a little bit weird. But teleporters can cause it sometimes. Certain dialogue can cause it sometimes. There's a few random places where that happens.
Hearing if I play, it'll just crash repeatedly, since I find every crash in every game.
Yeah, they're easy to find in this one, for sure. So
Yeah, I was walking around in like the forest, and all of a sudden I just walked next to a river, and all of a sudden I just like fell completely out of bounds. The game didn't crash; it actually put me back, but it's definitely interesting. I could not repeat it either.
yeah, there are a couple places where I've experienced the same thing. You get knocked out of bounds, and then the game puts you back in bounds. I've also experienced a couple places where you fall out of bounds and you just fall forever until the game crashes. So both are definitely things that exist. And yeah, so
You just talk to the king there, right?
right, exactly. So we talked to the king, and so when we talked to the king the first time, he tells us that the wizard Kradaw will be able to help us, and as long as we take out the goblin leader. And we come back here, and he's like, well, I actually don't know where Kradaw is, so I can't help you. Too bad. You should go to Talawak and go to the wizard school there, and maybe they can help you. So when we leave, a couple more already talk to us and suggest talking to Uraza, who's like the matriarch of the Mirari, and see if she can help. So that's what we're doing now. We're going to come over here and talk to her. And she speaks really weirdly. So a lot of the dialogue in this game is strange.
Odd. Yeah.
And it's used to a very specific effect from this dialogue. She's basically going to tell us that going to Talawak and talking to the wizard Ardra is a good thing to do. And she's going to enchant this stick to be magic. And that if we need to go find the wizard Kradod later, we should, for safety, attach this stick to our helm. And just keep that in mind, because it'll come back a little bit later. But this is the magic stick that she's got.
Not helmet, right? Not helmet.
Helm.
Helm.
Yes. Helm. Anyway, she gives us this magic stick. It looks like any other stick. And before I leave here, I'm going to do one more thing, which is run up here and activate a teleporter. There are a bunch of teleporters in this game that link two places together, but you need to activate them first. So this one here links to Guernea Castle. Actually, it links to like almost right below where we got Godric and Trahern's sword earlier, but we didn't activate that side, which is fine. But we need to activate this side now.
Do not forget to buy.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, because I actually did forget.
I see it here 3 times in your notes.
Yeah. Yeah, very good call. What's the fastest way back there? It's fine. Yeah, so there's a specific spell that I need to get. And
you can only get it here, can't you?
You can only buy the scroll of it here, yes.
Mm.
So I need to get the debilitation spell, which will be used later. And you can buy... So in addition to using scrolls in combat, you can use them to teach spells. And I get messed up here because I used to do the shopping before Kitarak, and then I changed it around to doing it after Kitarak with some of the money that you get to cut down on the gold grinding a little bit. And because of that, I kind of sometimes get mixed up in my head. So I'm going to buy a couple items here. I'm going to buy a throwing iron. I'm going to buy some curing potions. And I'm going to buy a debilitation scroll. And then I'm going to buy some strength potions.
Yeah, so that debilitation scroll will come into play much later in the run. So if you don't get it now and you realize later that you don't have it, that's...
yeah, basically the only option is to walk back here.
Yeah, it's a long walk. But
So
also with Yezra, when she was talking to us, it's kind of the first time you kind of get a hint that Alaron here is kind of different in some way about using magic, in that she says basically that he can... He's like not a magician, but he still has like the power of magic.
Yeah, there are a couple of dialogues, both that one and then the one with Ardra later, where they talk about Alaron's spell casting ability and how he casts spells. But yeah, like Ash said, the one here is kind of the first real indication of that.
So I like how all these NPCs you have to talk to, there's a big counter there, but you can't talk to them over the counter. You have to go around and talk to them.
Yeah. So debilitation is a spell that decreases enemies' strength, for anyone wondering what that does. So it'll be used much the same way as how stupidity has been used. The stupidity scrolls have been used up to this point. And we will also get the stupidity spell later too, so we can cast it directly. But debilitation is very key against some certain enemies and is really important to the route.
That's another interesting thing. So those scrolls you buy are actually intended, especially casually, like when you buy them, it specifically says you can teach the stupidity spell to a character of a certain school, right? So you usually buy those scrolls to teach that spell to somebody, right? But what it doesn't tell you is you can also equip them like we did earlier, like against those ogres, and actually use the scroll. It consumes the scroll, but it also is more powerful at these lower levels.
Yeah, and they do fall off. So after a certain point, it will be better to take advantage of our aspect bonus, like our solar aspect, take advantage of our higher wizard skill or spell rank once it gets up to a high enough level. And the spells do pretty quickly become better than the scrolls, but early on, yeah, definitely not the case. So anyway, so the point that we're at now in the run is really just walking to the city of Talawak. I'm going to do a quick save and reload up here to skip an encounter. There are a few kind of difficult encounter skips in this next segment. This isn't really skipping an encounter, it's just making sure that things don't aggro me in unexpected ways. But yeah, if we're mostly just going to be walking for a while, so if you have any plugs or donations or anything, now's a good time for a few of those.
Donation from Asmo for $100. Says, I got this game because I loved RPGs as a kid, but I didn't know that the N64 had none when I asked for it. I spent a ton of time just being confused and lost before it also became the first game that ever hard crashed for me. I was stumbling around the spooky, darkling bog near Shamus' tower before one day I turned it on, and what I know now was some kind of console menu. Freaked out, turned it off, and then turned back on later, only to find my save moved into Ugarit and that I had new party members, including Shola. Anyways, this weird and spooky game has lived rent-free in my head ever since, so thanks for taking care of it for me. Donation to the Runner's Choice.
That's awesome. And, I'd like to say that that's unexpected, but nothing surprises me with this game. This game does use the N64 memory card to save your game, so it's not like that could come from something saved on a cartridge or anything like that, as far as I know. But, yeah, and my runner's choice is just whatever unlockable thing is next. Not like a bid war or anything, just whatever, like, credits or...
Looks like that's the Chroma Squad Wear Homemade Superhero outfits.
Sounds great. So this enemy up here is really a pain. Hopefully I did this well. He walks back and forth, and as I mentioned before, like, enemies are a little bit slow. So, like, he's probably aggroed on me right now. He's probably following me, but I was able to sneak by him just enough that I can outrun him. And I'm actually going to save again, because speaking of outrunning enemies, there is a cave bear over here to my left that you probably can't see. Enemies in this game like to aggro you from off-screen, and if that cave bear aggroes me, I can try using a scroll of stupidity on it, but otherwise, if that fails, I'll just flee and reload. But it looks like we're good. There's a regular bear here, which I will fight. And again, I'll try to cast stupidity with a scroll here once. If it fails, I'll just fight it, which it did. It's not really a huge deal. The bear does a decent amount of damage, but we kill it pretty quickly with Abracon too, so just try to get behind it. And some of these enemies you can, like this bear, you can sneak past the bear, technically, but as you can see, it's pretty quick to kill it, so there are a few places where if I get an encounter, it might be faster to fight it rather than flee and run back and try again. There are some cases where the correct option is absolutely just to flee and run back. And then there are some cases where I just intentionally fight things in order to not have to sneak past it twice. And that bear is one of those where it's just, it may be a wash to sneak past versus versus killing it, you know, kind of depends on how the fight goes a little bit. There's a couple cases where it's a gray area, but a lot of times what you end up with is where you try to sneak past something that's already borderline, and it ends up aggroing you anyway, and then you've just lost whatever time you spent sneaking. So I got kind of unlucky. I only hit one of those stupidities. What I'm actually going to do here is something that I don't normally do, but I'm going to equip the Wand of Light here. And it's questionable whether this actually matters. In my testing, it seems like light doesn't really affect effectiveness of scrolls, but like when I test it in an emulator, it doesn't seem to do anything, but when I actually do it in a run, it seems to help a lot, like right here. So yeah, who knows, really. But anyway, we got through that fight, and I'm going to come down here and grab a wizard hat, which was the other item from that chest in Aramon earlier that could drop. This is where we get it normally, so if you get both the wizard hat and the witch ring, then it saves you from having to fight these ogres and coming down here to get this chest. So I'm also going to... Normally I do this later, but because of equipping the light wand, I'm going to unequip the light wand and equip the wizard hat right now.
Hey, I'm back, and it's raining.
Welcome back, and it's raining. I will also mention, people are talking about N64 RPGs, and the reason that I tend to say top 5 is that there's also a Super Robot Wars game, which is Japanese only for the Nintendo 64, which is, it's an SRPG, kind of Fire Emblem-ish, but with robots. So that's the one I always throw into.
I know top 5 is a pretty good meme, though.
Yeah. I love this game. So I played this game when it was brand new. I rented it from the local rental store, and I loved it so much that I forced my parents to go out and buy it for me. And I guess this is where I'll talk a little bit about kind of the history of the run while I walk to the next town. There's a bat fight that I'll take here in a second, but so I played this game casually as a kid when it was new, and I had a ton of fun with it. And I got into speedrunning around 2013. AGDQ 2013 was kind of my first real exposure to speedrunning in general. And I started off with like your standard platformers, Mega Man and that sort of thing. But when I got into RPG speedrunning, I don't know, 2015 or so, I looked into this game a little bit. And at the time, the only real reference to it I could find was Darkwing Duck had like a 12-hour time. I think it was even mentioned on like one of the episodes of the Sunday Sequence Break, if anyone remembers that. And, you know, I was going through Darkwing Duck's VODs and taking notes on the routes, and it was a lot. I was new to RPG speedrunning. I didn't really know where to go for improving the route at the time, and I got around here honestly in the run, and then I kind of gave up on learning it at the time. And then a year or two later, I decided to jump back in once I got into RPG running in general. Oh, this is unlucky. I almost never get this Chaos Scout fight. And I went through and I extracted a lot of ROM data from the ROM, running a script to pull out enemy stats and weapons and things like that. And I had some ideas for route improvements with, you know, the use of, again, stupidity and debilitation and those sorts of things. And had some ideas for improvements. And around that time, Darkwing Duck and another runner, starts with a G. I'm forgetting exactly what his name is, came back to the game and did some rerouting and got the game under 10 hours. And I think they eventually brought it down to 8 hours or so. And I was kind of happy with that. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to bother doing any rerouting myself. Gander, that's it.
Yeah.
And decided wasn't going to bother doing any rerouting myself. They probably had it in hand and kind of left it be. And then I was thinking about the game earlier this year, and I looked on speedrun.com and saw that there was a very recent time from Elastoid, who's here in chat. And Elastoid had been working with Ridley Killer 93, who's also been around in chat here, on game FAQs to come up with better route ideas, routing improvements for cutting out a lot of the grinding, etc. So the old route used to get a little bit farther into the run, just outside of Port Said, and do a big grind on ogres. And there's really one specific fight that ogre grind was really needed for, and the rerouting that they had done had cut out a lot of that. And so I watched Elastoid's run. I took some notes on it. I did a run following kind of that exact same route, and that run was 4 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to. Did I say the wrong thing? It's probably fine. I think I chose the wrong option there, which
We'll find out soon.
hopefully isn't a problem. We'll see. Anyway, yeah. So that was a 4 hours 45-minute time that Elastoid had done. So I learned off of that, and then I went through and basically trimmed out all of like the excess, fighting. I found out exact XP thresholds for certain parts of the run, that I need to clear certain encounters. I came up with some slightly different encounter skip mechanics, and I've since cut the run down to 3 hours and 42 minutes, I think is my current PB. So the run has gone down a long ways compared to the 12 hours it used to be. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And I think with like a really great run, you could probably get near 3.5 hours with the current route, but there's certainly a possibility for more improvements to be made. But that's sort of the history of like my experience with this game and the run. I've been running this game for the last 6 months or so, 6 to 8 months, and yeah, just kind of making incremental improvements, sort of as I go. As sort of mentioned before, a lot of combat and sneaking and things like that are really slow. So avoiding as much of that as you can is a big part of saving time. I don't remember, Puexel, exactly the distribution of time, but I believe that there was like 2 to 3 hours of ogre grinding at least. I don't remember where the other hours came from. But
So they were using more like physical strats back then, attacking.
I don't really remember. It's been a number of years since I looked at it. Here's another great example of cutscene direction, by the way. We walk in the door, but
behind you there.
but Alaron walks over from Ardra's bed for some reason after walking in the door, and then after the cutscene here, it's going to place us right back at the door. Very inexplicable. Probably just because it's a small room and that's where they could fit the camera. To get back to the story a little bit, though, we're now in the town of Talawak, which is where the wizard school is that the Marari told us to go to. We go up and talk to Ardra here, and she says she will help us out from curing our poison. We still think we're just poisoned by the goblin still. I'm going to save because this area can be a little crashy, soft-locky. And she requests that we go to the Dryad Forest behind the school and get some amaranth for her, and then she'll help us out. So that's where we're heading to now.
Yeah, so when you enter the wizard school here, the guard out front asks each party member for their quote-unquote true name. And everybody gives their true name except for Alaron here, who doesn't know his true name. So it's kind of the first time we get to learn about names and how Alaron does not have he doesn't know what his true name is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this game, the story in this game is, it's a pretty standard fantasy story, right? There are a lot of cliches. There's nothing really super unique about it. I think the story in this game is good. I think the characters are good and everything. I don't think it gets in the way of the game. It doesn't really carry the game if you're looking for something new and interesting, but it's pretty decent. And yeah, this concept of true name is certainly important. Yeah, I know there's been a little bit of kind of going with the conversation in chat. There was a little bit of rules debate when Elastoid started running this, relating to the use of turbo and specifically relating to turbo and end timing. You know, if the rules didn't allow turbo, I still would run the game without turbo, and like I might lose a minute or two. And if I need to add 30 seconds or something to the end timing, I would do that. But I am playing on an original cartridge, on an original N64 right now, just for anybody wondering. But yeah, regardless, you know, it's part of the history of the run, so it's fine. So yeah, we come back to this Dryad forest, and we talk to the Dryad Pandara, and she tells us that Amaranth is hidden in this forest, and it's hard to see. Oh, actually, there's something I want to show off back here. It's really kind of funny. We picked up the Amaranth, but you can also... There's this tree trunk over here, and you can unlock this tree trunk for some gold. I don't know. Don't ask.
That's pretty good. That's not in any of the guides either, is it?
I don't know.
I don't remember seeing it. That's pretty good.
Yeah. So anyway, we got the Amaranth, and we have to bring it back to Pandara, and she's going to make us do a Troubadour check, which we only have a 1 Troubadour skill. She does let you train it at the other Dryads if you fail, but it's just like a 1 in 10 chance, and so we're just going to keep talking to her over and over until this works. I save here because I have had the game crash if I mash too fast here with turbo especially. So I'm just
all those fancy Dryad effects.
Just going a little bit slow here. She wants us to speak eloquently to her or speak pretty to her. And yeah, there we go. Then we do that. So yeah, this scene is, I don't know. It's really weird. The Dryad just kind of like flies around and flies away. But the important thing to note is that she calls you a wildling, and as if that explains what's happening. And it will once we get back to Ardra. That's going to basically be the wildling's name for what Ash was talking about a minute ago, that for somebody who has no true name. And the implication of not having a true name in this is that your spirit is kind of separated from your body. And this allows you to, you know, it's part of the reason that we can cast every school of magic, not just the one that we have an affinity for. Also leads to downsides. People without true name, without their spirit attached, tend to kind of go insane, and yeah, it's not really a good thing. And the gist is that
they don't quite explain that you go insane, but it kind of is like hinted at as you get further and on in the game here.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna save here. This is another. I'm not gonna use turbo for this scene. This is actually another scene that can soft lock if you mash too fast. I've had this 2 or 3 times. Just soft lock. Sometimes animations, like when characters move during these scenes, just don't load correctly.
My favorite was when the camera like clips into the character model and you can see part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So this spirit wolf though is like extremely difficult at the level you get here to kill, and there's like a whole bunch of them. And apparently, I guess they respawn, so you could actually, if you do know how to kill them and can kill them, they're actually a pretty good grinding source casually.
Yeah. There are a lot of wolves in this game, and they're
annoying.
There's a few different varieties of them, and yeah, they're pretty annoying. there are a couple that we'll have to sneak by still yet to come. So we're going to come back here to Ardra, again with the weird cutscene, and give her the amaranth that she had asked for, that we got from the Dryad Forest. And we're going to get another dream sequence here, because she's going to try to cast away our poison. And Alaron tries to warn her and says, wait, and she just keeps going on with it. And weird things kind of show up in this dream sequence, kind of like the first one. I don't really know what to say. These scenes are super confusing. The gatekeeper shows up. There's this weird dude in a chair.
Right. It's like, but it's foreshadowing, right? Because you do see him later.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Isn't
if that guy?
I thought it was. Shoot, I forget his name now.
I don't know.
Yeah. So you
I
don't
don't.
visit him in the run, okay? Yeah.
He is
okay.
in Terminor. Okay.
Well, that's what I was saying. Yeah. So you can visit him, but yeah, it is kind of foreshadowing, at least that part of it.
Okay. So Lastoid has the explanation in there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I really like this scene right here where she's like trying to remove the poison for you, but she's like completely off screen, and you can only see the end of her wand, and she's like saying things.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so then she explains the thing with the true name and how because we're an adult and we've been separated for this long, and the only one who's powerful enough to safely name us nowadays is the master namer, Kradaw, and that we will have to go to his island in order to find him. So we now have to go to the port town and find a boat to bring us there. So that's going to be kind of the next stop. Before I go there, I'm going to stop into this dude down here. There's a trainer, and I'm going to train Alaron in Wizard 2 and get the Stupidity spell up to rank 5. And because my Wizard is a 2, and I have the Witch Ring and Wizard Hat, which give +2 and +1, Alaron's Stupidity spell is now equivalent to the scrolls. Only it's affected by the solar-lunar aspect. So it could be better or worse depending on time of day. But from a potency standpoint, it is equivalent.
Yes.
And
Leveling up spells in this game is like kind of doubly good in that it expands like the range that you can cast the spell, and it makes the effect of the spell greater. So they become very good as you level them up.
Yeah, and in addition, at certain spell ranks, it can also target more enemies at once. So you'll go from hitting one enemy to 2 to 3 to 4, depending on your wizard and spell rank.
Yeah, you get this huge like range, big ring around that you can hit a bunch of enemies at once. Because when you first start, you can hit like 1 at level 1, and then as you get like to like 3 and level 3 and 4, you can start hitting 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. So the next thing to do is walk up to this port town. I'm going to fight one enemy on the way here. It's going to be the Cyclops. We're going to be using a Stupidity Scroll or spell, depending on turn order and positioning, to take them out. These guys can actually be a little bit scary. They do a fair amount of damage, and if Alaron spawns close to them, it is actually possible for them to just like kill him before, if you get resist or whatever. But Abracon's spawning close, and it's not going to be an issue. And there's an optional drop that these guys can drop, which is the Cyclops Hurl Star, which is a thrown weapon, which will speed up one fight in the run if we get it. I bought a throwing iron earlier, which I mentioned, and the Hurl Star is just like, it's a better replacement for that. We did not get it, so that's okay. And the other thing I did is I used that opportunity to level up intelligence on Alaron, because that's going to be the next thing to That's going to be the main point of his leveling, is going up to 27 intelligence, which will increase the effectiveness of my spells, like decrease the resistances. Also, to clarify, now this run is with the expansion pack. There are some differences with the game. You can run it without. So there's a high resolution mode, which I'm not using. But there's also some differences to music and some encounter formations if you use the expansion pack versus not. So I am using it here. But you can do it either way. Regarding stupidity, I'll explain the mechanic again a little bit, is that you have various core stats, and if any of your stats in combat are reduced to 0, like through magic effects, then you become paralyzed or incapacitated. And if all enemies on the field, or all allies, if working against you, become incapacitated, then the fight is just immediately over and you don't need to damage everything down. Unless there are reinforcements. So the reinforcements count. You have to kill a couple things to get them to come on screen if needed. But that's the reason for stupidity. So enemies with low intelligence stat, typically 10 or lower. 10 and 8 are probably the most common intelligence values that I take advantage of. I'll be using the stupidity spell to clear them quickly. And I mentioned it earlier, but I also bought a scroll of debilitation, which I'll be teaching to another character, which is a strength reduction spell, which will be having a very similar effect to quickly wipe out some enemies a little bit later in the run.
Yep. And you can only cast those spells once per enemy, right? So you have to kind of, their stat has to be hit that hard on your first cast. Otherwise, it won't do anything and they'll still take their turns.
Mm-hmm. You can't stack it up, and if you don't do enough to incapacitate them, you can't like change around your equipment and cast it again, for example. Like if you forget to equip the witch ring when you need it, like you got to just restart the fight. You can't just try it. You can't just pause and equip it and then try it again, because it just won't let you cast it on them again. So we're coming up near to the port town, and there's this guy here, Arturo, who's blocking the bridge, and you see a short scene with this girl, Keelan.
Hello, Keelan.
Talking her way past him. Oops.
We'll be seeing a lot of her very soon.
Hit the wrong thing. Inputs on this are
so this guy's guarding the bridge here, and he's not quite the smartest guy, so you just kind of have to choose the right dialogue options to get past him, and he'll let you pass. It's kind of a fun little thing.
Yeah, he's basically acting as a guard, but if you try to fight him, he gets scared and doesn't want to fight you. So you basically just try to challenge him at every opportunity, and then he's like, just go. You can actually get him to join your party. He is an optional party member. He's pretty good,
except for his like dexterity is very slow. So he's a slow character.
Yeah, and he's really only physical. Him and Abracon cannot learn wizard, so they are strictly physical oriented. I'm going to save here just in case. I'm going to try to run past a chaos enemy that's running around to the right, and usually it's fine, but if it aggroes me, I absolutely do not want to fight it. It sees me, but we'll just let him run away a little bit. We should be fine. There we go. So this is the port town. I'll let chat decide how you want to pronounce this name. I've been saying Port Said, but it's Saiid. So Port Said, Port Said, Port Said. I don't know. I've pronounced it like a dozen different ways.
Well, more importantly, how does everybody rate the music of this town?
This music is great.
I don't know about that. So you're going down into this cave here, just kind of jumping ahead in the story a bit. But you have to get this lighthouse scroll, right?
Mm-hmm. So if you go down to the docks and you talk to people, or you go to a couple of the houses, you get told that the boats aren't running because the lighthouse is out. You know, kind of a classic RPG plot point. Thanks, Dragon Warrior 4. Yeah, the lighthouse is out, and so ships can't set sail because it's too dangerous. So you come down here and you grab the lighthouse scroll. There's also another scroll down there, which is Shamsuk's scroll, which is was a wizard that was mentioned by Ardra earlier. But the implication is that Shamsuk had something to do with the lighthouse being out as like an unintentional ploy. So you go down and get the lighthouse scroll, which will let us relight it. And then I'm going to come over here to the inn, and I'm going to stay at this inn about 16 times. And this is to manipulate the lunar cycle. So I talked about solar and lunar attributes earlier, and this is to move the lunar cycle to a point where later in the run it'll be a full moon to help us out with a certain section of the game. And it's about 8 hours per camping, so I'm trying to just go ahead a few days. That's 9, 10, 11, 12. Should be 3 more, and then we'll be good. And also in this inn here,
Is that the best girl in the background there?
that is the best girl. This over here, not the one on the right. That's Retta from the start. This is Keelan. Oops. I've been awful at selecting the right dialogue options today.
Blame Turbo.
I'm not even using Turbo for it. Just trying to talk and choose the right thing at once. So Keelan is like a thief.
She's
type
really
character.
good. Yeah. She starts at like, what level are you at right now? You're like, what, level 4 or 3?
We'll see in a second here. So I'm going to be doing a quick menu. I'm going to basically unequip everything from Brenna and give it all to Keelan.
So Keelan, she starts at level 12 here.
Yep.
And you're level 6.
6.
Okay. So level 12, and she has maximum dexterity stat, which is, 30? So she is already maxed out on speed, and she is extremely good, especially for the level you're at in this game right now. So you get the thief bonus, you get the speed bonus. She's kind of missing in a bit in strength and intelligence, right? You're going to need that later.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to fill that in pretty quickly.
Yeah. She only starts with a 15 strength and 15 intelligence and no warrior skill. So you might think that her damage output would be a little bit on the low side, but it's really, really not. Thief in this game is incredibly powerful. It adds bonus damage when attacking from behind. And her high dex stat means she gets a ton of action. She's very fast. And yeah, generally just awesome. I'm going to see if I have any scrolls of stupidity left. I have 1, so I will throw it on this fight. But from now on, stupidity scrolls kind of get replaced with Alaron just flat out casting it. And, it is sort of like a routing decision of how many stupidity scrolls you want to buy, because you really only need like 4 in theory for the run, but having more just makes these fights a little bit safer.
Plus, like, Alaron, he starts out pretty low dex. Like, just now you got his turn, right? So you have to kind of skip through a bunch of characters and possibly enemies' turns before he can cast stupidity.
Right, exactly. And then here we'll get another ogre fight. This one's a lot bigger, so this one's 8 enemies. So I'm actually going to use some strength potions here to buff up Keelan's damage a little bit, even more than normal.
One other thing that I think we kind of alluded to earlier, but I don't know if we directly talked about, was you see on the left there, you see all the enemies, and you see the 4 at the top that are the main ones. Those are the ones on the field currently. But as soon as once you start killing the top 4 there, you'll see those bottom 4 there. Those will start filling in the spots. So there only can be 4 enemies on the field at a time. So he did cast the stupidity spell, and once he actually hits all of these ogres, they're actually they'll all be disabled, but the fight won't end because there's still 4 reserve ogres that he has to get rid of. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna stop all the ogres by casting stupidity spell on them, and then he's just gonna kind of kill them off here. So the reinforcements come in, and then he has to then cast the stupidity spell on the reinforcements, and then he'll finally win the fight.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I'm moving Guernea to the back line. The reinforcements come in from the back of this fight, and I'm moving her to the back line so that way I actually want Guernea to take an intentional death here. She's not useful to us anymore in the speedrun, so it's faster to just not have her because it skips dialogues that she has. I'm actually going to toss a potion on Keelan. Shouldn't be necessary, but useful to have. And yeah, so there's dialogue if she's in the party, there's more turns to skip, there's more to pay attention to. So I'm just going to set her up in a position where she can kind of be intentionally killed off by these ogre bosses that will spawn. The regular ogres usually flee, but they don't look like they're doing that this time for whatever reason. Easier to kill at the griffins? It's possible. The one nice thing about doing it here is that she takes a couple of these hits for you too. I've run into cases where, like, when Aramon, maybe I need to kill this last one. Maybe that's why. I'm so used to the reinforcements fleeing that I should have been killing that one sooner. It's not really a big deal. But yeah, what I was saying is that sometimes the ogre bosses will get a bunch of turns in a row and all hit Aramon, and then Aramon just gets owned. So having her up here on the front line just helps a little bit with protecting Aramon also. But yeah, there goes Guernea. Guernea is awesome. I really like Guernea. When I played this casually for the first time, she was probably also one of my only casualties in the game. She's very squishy, unfortunately, so it's really easy for her to die. And as I mentioned earlier, death in this game is permanent. So unfortunately, that is the end of her. So I'm going to take a couple more stat points. So I'm getting Aramon up to 27 intelligence. From now on, his points will go into dexterity. I brought Abracon up to 25 strength, which allows him to natively use the Chaos Sword. I'm not going to be using that yet. I'm not going to be... Once Keelan's strength can get up to 20, so she can use Warfang, I will be swapping Warfang onto her and then using the Chaos Sword on Abracon. But this is the threshold for where I get his strength up to be able to do that. So from now on, I'll be putting points into dexterity for him. And
what
Keelan,
is the 27 intelligence on Aramon for?
So the stat cap in this game, for most stats, is 30.
Right.
There's a couple exceptions to that. Endurance can go higher and stamina can go higher, I think. But when you... Later on in the game, there's a certain event that happens, and during that, Aramon gets a free boost to certain stats and skills. He'll go up to Wizard 10, he'll get +3 intelligence, he'll learn some spells at high rank, and you'll get a bunch of free experience points. So 27 is the threshold for where you will be at 30 at the end of the game.
Okay.
So this walk here...
Right now, it's just to set it up for way later.
Yeah, having as much intelligence as you can makes your stupidity cast more reliable. So having high intelligence is really useful. I don't go to 30 because the XP routing doesn't really allow it. Sneaking by this wolf is sometimes really annoying. That wolf tends to just like see you sometimes. But he didn't this time. We're good. So.
Yep.
No
if
problem.
You hold the Z button in this game, you sneak, which is that really slow movement. You have not seen it, but it allows you to avoid enemies, a lot of enemies in this game, which is very key for the speedrun.
Mm-hmm.
More ogres.
More ogres, yep. I don't think we'll really see more after this one, though. But ogres Ogres in this game are really cool. Like, not cool, but like they're pretty easy to kill. They don't have really any defense to speak of,
And good XP.
and they're good XP. So casually, they are definitely a source of you fight them. You take those. I do need to kill one of them off for the reinforcement to spawn.
Yeah, especially if you once you know or if you figure out that the stupidity spell works really well on them and disables them, it makes these fights way faster too. So you're not like, wasting a bunch of time attacking and then they're wasting time attacking you. You just basically run up, you disable them, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. The camera in this game is weird, and in this fight in particular, you can see that like when I was close to that first group of ogres, the camera just kind of like, when it would switch to Alaron's turn, would just kind of like flick around randomly, and moving in an intelligent way is difficult. Sometimes you kind of just end up having to do a little twirly-do and get moving back in the direction you want to go. Same thing with like leaving buildings and stuff like that. But yeah, so the ogre's done. We're going to sneak by a couple more enemies up here and lockpick our way into the lighthouse. There are more ogres in this area. There's an ogre at the top, and there was another ogre that I ran past at the bottom. And I used to fight the third group at the bottom for experience points for a little while, but eventually I decided not to do that because I didn't need to. And you can just run around them. The first two ogres are like really difficult to sneak around. So there's a route idea that I've had for a while. My current goal from a mechanic standpoint is to get Keelan up to intelligence 20. So that way she can equip a certain item before a specific fight. I'll talk about that in a few minutes when I get there. But Alaron is clearly above 20 intelligence, and he can already equip the item. So I've had an idea of like skipping Keelan using that item and just doing it with Alaron. In testing, it hasn't worked well. But if you did that, you could conceivably sneak by those two ogres that I fought and save some time. Not much time. They're pretty slow to sneak past. So it's really like a negligible time save.
Light the fire.
Yeah, so we use the scroll. Lighthouse is lit. Hooray. Short little scene of us casting the scroll. And just save and reload here. There's an enemy at the base of this lighthouse that sometimes will... It can be hard to tell when he sees you because you can't see him. A running theme throughout this game is getting attacked by enemies that you can't see.
Or through walls.
Or through walls, yep.
That's the best. Yeah, I like how he just runs into you, just sneaking by. I'm not here.
Yeah, that guy's kind of blind. So anyway, we're going to run back to the port and hop on a boat. So during this walk back, you got a minute or two if you've got any donations or anything like that.
Of course I do. We do have a donation from Alone Butak for $50 that says, "Thanks for putting on a great event for just as great a cause. May the RNG forever be in the runner's favor." And just so you guys know, any donations that do come in right now can go towards either getting the Steam key for Dungeons and Darkness or a Fallout Boy 6-inch Stubbins plush. They're really neat prizes. And thank you again to everybody who did donate prizes to this event. We really do appreciate you.
Yes, thank you to everybody who's donating prizes and supporting the event. It's an awesome event. I'm happy to be part of it. Happy to be supporting Nami, of course. And hopefully we'll continue to do so in the RPG Limit Break events going forward.
In person.
In person, hopefully. But in the meantime, I'm happy that this event is happening to continue the support for Nami, even during years where it's difficult to hold the in-person events.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm going to run back over here. I'm going to save again and do a little bit of sneaking. This is the chaos enemy that I ran by earlier. And like the way their movement starts is a little bit weird based on which direction you're coming from, because it's kind of based on proximity and camera and that sort of junk. And so if I try to just run past here without doing any sneaking, from this direction, you're more likely to just get an encounter than you are from the other way. So I do a little bit of sneaking just to be safe.
It's the one thing I wish about this game is you could actually control the camera separate from your movement, and you can move at the same time. Because when you move the camera like that, you have to actually hold the R button to move the camera, and you don't physically walk anymore. But it'd be so helpful for especially like the speedrun, right? You could see where the enemy is when they're turned away from you, and you could just run past them.
So I'm going to equip a couple missile weapons here. It'll be used for one specific fight, and then I'm going to run down to the dock. And when I get down to the dock, there's going to be a scene with Ferris the Jester, and he's going to come up and say some weird things and act like he knows us and show that he does know some stuff about us, about like us being unnamed and things like that. But kind of just is weird, says a bunch of weird stuff, and then walks away.
He talks in riddles, as a jester is wont to do.
And then we talk to this guy and hire the boat. I'm going to save. Nothing really can go wrong here, but, you know, always save.
Always save. The front of this boat, when you leave the dock, it's like, it's got this weird like thing on the front. It doesn't look right.
Yeah.
I like it, though. I like the sail of the boat.
And these two are funny. So when you take off, they're like, "Oh, did we tell him about the storm that was coming? Oh no, I forgot. Well, you know, I guess somebody should take care of his shop while he's gone. Yeah, I'll go start making sure it's all right. You know, like they're planning to take over the captain's house because we're not going to make it back."
Yeah, I like this part of it actually. Well, right after this fight.
So yeah, we start off on the boat and we get attacked by griffins, and the griffin AI isn't good. If you're not up close to them, like touching them, they don't do anything. So I'm just gonna stand here and attack them with missile weapons and not do anything else for this fight.
Well, that's the secret, huh?
I have experimented a little bit with not doing this, because they die pretty easily if you attack them. It's a little bit riskier, though, if you don't do any buffing to set up. And if you do the buffing to set up, it doesn't end up saving time compared to just doing this. So,
right.
This is the easier way of doing it. Abracon would be doing a lot more damage if he got the Cyclops Hurl Star. Yeah, that's probably, like, really the strat is, if you don't get the Hurl Star, just, like, attack them. And if you do get it, then just do the missile strat. But it's fine either way. It's, you know, kind of just all in the RNG of the damage rolls. And then after this fight, there's going to be a storm that we're going to be sailing into that comes up seemingly out of nowhere, as if it's magic. And Alron says, "Don't worry, I have a magic stick, and I've attached it to the helm." And for some reason, the camera shows the bow of the ship, which is not the helm, but the captain's like, "Oh, there's nothing there." And then you find out that you actually attached the stick to the mast of the ship and not the helm of the ship or bow of the ship or wherever it's actually supposed to go. Oops. And the storm rages on, damages the ship, and you wash up here on this not at all ominous looking island. So now we're here on Chaos Isle. And the ship is moored out here while some repairs take place. So
Also known as Level Up Island, casually.
hmm
So there's a lot of chaos monsters in this island, and they give you a lot of XP if you figure out how to kill them efficiently. So if you clear out this whole island, it definitely boosts your stats quite a bit, which is really nice casually.
really good loot too. There's really good equipment you get here. Some of
Yeah,
the chaos equipment,
exactly.
especially the shields, are
The
really
drops.
useful.
Yep.
I don't want any of them in the speedrun. Actually, I should have cast light with Abracon there. But as long as this hits one, we'll be all right. Yeah,
So
it's
these
nice.
guys are all vulnerable to the stupidity spell.
Yeah, not Keelan. Guess I know it's Keelan's turn. She gets a ton of actions because of that 30 dex. All right, so I'm going to equip light here on Abracon. Basically, the idea is here I'm making a day, so instead of a 25% penalty to the stupidity cast, I'm getting a bonus. And these guys do resist a fair amount at nighttime. So it does help reliability a little bit. And I want to be careful here. So I need to take 20 intelligence. Exactly 20. Don't go over this time. There's that chaos shield. I'm going to leave it.
Oh no! Oh no! It's so good.
It is really good, but I don't care about it.
There's no penalty.
It clogs up my inventory.
Yeah, your inventory definitely becomes clogged with all the items and drops you get in this game.
So after defeating that enemy, another enemy with a sorcerer or spellweaver or one of the magic users spawns immediately in like the same place or near the same place. So if you're not sneaking immediately exiting that fight, then you'll get an encounter. And I've actually had it happen where if I don't know if it's like if you're on the same like map position that the enemy spawns on or what, but I've had a case where like you get out of that fight and the game just immediately crashes. I'm assuming it's because it tries to spawn an enemy on top of you, but I'm not really sure.
I noticed like when I was playing through this area that like some of the enemies when they take turns, I think it was like this, was it the weavers, spell weavers, that whenever they would take a turn, the game would like lag really hard for some reason. It's just really weird in this area.
Yeah, for sure. So anyway, we're exploring this island while they're repairing the boat, and the only required trigger for getting off this island is there's a temple at the top of this place, the Chaos Temple, and you have to enter in the temple and leave, and that's it. But there's a ton of stuff on this island to explore. There's a ton of stuff in the temple to explore. There are a lot of enemies, as Ash mentioned, and we don't do any of it. The route used to kill a lot more enemies here for experience points, and I've cut out everything except that first fight, which is the easy one to handle with stupidity, because the fights here really they're not needed, and a lot of them are just really slow. And there's one up here that I'm walking up to. I know that it might actually be faster to fight, but I will just reload because I saved. This fight here used to be one that we fought because it's in the way, and it's pretty slow to sneak past.
You have to do it twice too, right?
Yeah, you have to do it twice. On the way back, I actually also usually have to save and reload because for some reason the pathing on the guy will cause him to just run down the stairs and follow you. Like, you can see now kind of out of the side, it looks like he's trying to walk down the stairs and fails, but once we go in and out of the temple, he will succeed for whatever reason. And that fight takes like 2 minutes to clear. It's a little RNG dependent, and things do a bit of damage, and it's kind of just a pain, so it's much easier to sneak by it, and as slow as this is, it's actually, believe it or not, still faster than fighting it. You can see here that this guy's going to just kind of follow me down the stairs. I can't tell if he's actually following, but we will just clear his position.
Yeah, thankfully saving and loading is pretty quick in this.
Yeah. Can run from it on the way out, and it'll put you at the bottom of the stairs. That's good to know. That's actually probably a pretty good time save.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to save again here, because this is another thing that can crash the game. So I'm going to jump off this bridge. And if we jump off too fast, we'll fall through the world and crash. But if we're sneaking, it's usually fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I just jumped off of it. It was fine.
Yeah, sometimes it is. And sometimes it's not. And I'm going to take this teleporter to get up here to a treasure chest, which has a Wall of Bones wand. So Wall of Bones is a paralysis spell, so similar to what we've been doing with Stupidity, but it's not like stat dependent. It doesn't work on every enemy in the game, but it can work on some pretty strong ones that are slow to kill. So I'm going to get this Wall of Bones wand, get into a fight intentionally, and flee back up here so I don't have to sneak off that little island. You can get there from where I came up the stairs to get up this direction. There's a little beach off to the side that you can kind of sneak past some enemies and get the Wall of Bones wand that way. But it's faster to jump off that bridge by quite a bit.
Yeah, so that Wall of Bones wand is going to be very key to the run later on.
Yeah, there will be, I guess, 2 main enemies that I use it against. Wall of Bones gets used more, but we'll also be getting the spell later. So, yeah. Now we've done everything we need to do on this island, so I'm just going to run back to the ship. I'm going to be saving a couple times through here. There are some enemies off to the side, like barely off camera, that sometimes will just aggro you, that I don't want to deal with. So, hug the wall. Once I get to the end of this little wall section, I'm going to save and reload to clear any aggro that I might have picked up. Like right around here. And then sneak our way back to the boat. And that'll be it for Chaos Island. Chaos Island used to be a much longer time-wise segment of the run because, it's pretty easy to kill, I don't know, like 5 or 6 fights here. And it's really good experience points. And sneaking by them is really slow. But fighting them is also just unfortunately really slow. So sneak back to the boat and find out that the what's his name, Aramon, the captain, has already got the boat all repaired. It's good to go, and we can set sail for Namer's Isle, which is where the master namer Krada is, who's supposed to be able to give us our true name. And this time we will correctly mount the stick to the right part of the boat and successfully make it to the Isle. And we see the skull fade away as we sail away. It's funny, so when you get to this isle, the captain makes a comment of like, oh, this island doesn't look too bad, as it shows you the skull. And then as you leave, the captain's like, this place is creepy, let's get out of here.
I like that sail. I really do. It reminds me of Dark Souls.
Oh yeah, I can see that, sure. So we wash up here on Namer's Isle. And one thing that's a little bit unfortunate with the way I've got time of day set up, and sometimes I've kind of gone back and forth on it. Sometimes I take an inn before going to Chaos Isle. And I should probably consider doing that again. But this is going to be the first use of the camp mechanic. I want it to be daytime before I go into this fight, so I'm going to save and then try to camp. Camping lets you restore some HP anywhere in the world, but there's a chance that you get an encounter that you can't flee from when you try to camp. So thankfully I didn't get one, but it does advance the time of day. And there's one more place in the run where I will do some camping. But
Marshmallows plus plus.
Marshmallows plus plus, yep. Pass the marshmallows. So we get up to where the Master Namer is supposed to be, and we find these wonderful chaos enemies. Have already beaten us to the punch. Why want it daytime? I have more reliability with landing effects on these guys in the daytime. I don't know if it's placebo or... well, the stupidity casts are definitely not placebo, but Wall of Bones anecdotally seems to hit more during the day also, for whatever reason. It shouldn't matter, but...
This seems kind of opposite for that type of spell.
Something along with Light Wand, it just takes time. I mean, so does camping. But we landed Wall of Bones on the Marauder, which is really the big key here. Also, it takes an action, right? So I use a Strength Potion to buff up Abracon, and I'll use one on Keelan also, which will help clear out the Sorcerer a little bit quicker. Fortunately, Stupidity didn't hit the Warrior in the back, so I'm actually going to hang back a little bit until I can get that guy dealt with.
Yeah, with that lower HP on Abracon.
Yeah, if Abracon dies here, it's not like run ending. I've gone through the end of the game with just Alaron and Keelan before. But he's useful to have around, mostly for casting light. His damage output does help in certain fights, and he does act as like a damage buffer for some fights too. His usefulness very much starts to fade after this point in the run, though. So the Warrior got his turn, so we're going to go up and start attacking the Sorcerer. You can use the Wall of Bones wand on the Sorcerer. It's not super reliable, so I don't usually do it, but it is a thing that you can do, and it is much faster if it hits. Can I get around behind this guy? That's the question. I can. That's good. So yeah, we're just going to beat down the Sorcerer. The Sorcerer casts Web of Starlight, which is another paralysis ability. And I have, I mentioned this before, but in one of my practice runs, I did actually lose a run. Well, not lose a run, but like wipe and have to reload because Abracon died, and then both Keelan and Alaron got hit with Web of Starlight. So it's kind of unfortunate if that happens.
I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was playing through this area casually and fighting these sorcerer guys, I found that I had an axe or a hafted weapon, right, on Alaron, and it was doing more damage to these sorcerers than swords. Is there a reason for that?
I think that there's some defense penetration with some hafted weapons. I don't honestly remember the details. So I can't give you a definitive answer. I'm sure that there are people in chat who could. Really Killer or Lastoid of Really Killer in particular, I know really likes hafted weapons and has always suggested that. I don't use them because you would need to train Abracon in the ability to use hafted weapons, and
well, he has like a Abracon, right? I was using on Alaron, so he already had like a 3.
Yeah, basically what it comes down to is just like, for the run, it doesn't really seem, in my opinion, to be worth the time and XP invested to train up hafted on people who would use it.
Right, makes sense.
Much less obtain a good hafted weapon, but yeah, hafted weapons casually are really good. They do a lot of damage. But unfortunately, we don't use them here. So yeah, hitting Wall of Bones on that Mauler is really really important. So if that misses a couple times, then I would have actually had to reload the game and try it again till it hit, because he does too much damage and has a lot of health, and you really can't effectively fight him. I mean, you probably could do it, but you would need to do a little bit more setup. I'm going to unequip a couple things, mostly as a safety measure. So wands in this game are buggy, unsurprisingly. So wands in this game tend to have a mechanic where if you have them equipped when you camp, they will refresh their charges. But sometimes, if they're at full charges already in particular, they will bug out and become unusable. They will lose all of their charges. And the Wall of Bones wand also has like an additional sort of funniness to it randomly getting charges back and stuff. So I'm unequipping my wands when I'm not using them just to prevent any sort of shenanigans from happening.
Marathon safety.
Yeah. And it's safety that I usually do to a little bit of extent, even in real runs. Some of it, anyway. If the light wand breaks and becomes unusable, it's not run ending, but it can make a couple fights less reliable.
So we missed a good bit of story there on Namer's Island, right?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So when we were fighting that fight there, what was his name? Caradog. He was Cradog, or however. How do you even pronounce names in games that don't have voice acting, right? But we were going there to see him, right? And he was being attacked by those chaos monsters. So when we got there, unfortunately, and killed the monsters, it was too late. So he was kind of dying, and he basically told Aileron that where he should go back to Talawak to talk to Ardra again, but it was too late for him to actually give Aileron a name. So anyway, we're going back. Are we carrying his body as well?
Yep. So he asked us to bring his body back for burial and to give him a ceremony. I'm not going to do that. We're just going to walk around with his body the entire run. It'll be in our inventory the whole game.
Oh boy.
One more thing to menu pass. But
yep.
It's not required for anything. And instead we are going to jump ahead and go to the next town, which is Terminor. Which is
so you don't actually have to visit Ardra at all. You just go right past the town. Yep. Speedrun strats.
There will probably be a Chaos Scout fight that will aggro me here. Probably won't see it, but I'll probably get into a fight right about now. Maybe. Yeah, there it is. Not really a big deal. Dies pretty quickly, but just one more annoyance. So, I don't know. Sometimes, like in the past, I used to just like get by this guy with no problem, and I don't know. I must have like changed my movement path or something, and now he usually aggroes me. It's not really a big deal. And I'm going to do a little bit of funny movement here. It's the same movement that I used on the way in, but I'm going to kind of come up this hill, go back down the hill, go wide off the path near the farmlands. And I'm doing this for a couple reasons. One of them is to skip some enemies that are on that path, and the other is that there's a short scene with Keelan if you're on the path, short little dialogue, and this lets us just kind of walk around that trigger. Yeah, so in the meantime, we're just going to be on this big walk to the next town of Terminor.
It's raining.
It's raining. It's raining again, yep. And yeah, if you have any plugs or donations or anything like that, you want to hype up any incentives or anything, now is a good time. You got a couple minutes. If Alfina is around.
I will always have things to say. So we currently don't have any donations in, but it's a great time to work on getting those in. I'd like to remind you guys that all of your donations do go to support NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness. A good reminder is that 1 in 5 Americans will live with a mental health condition, and a fewer of 50% of adults living with these conditions will receive treatment each year. Many factors contribute to this, including stigma, lack of access, lack of knowledge, and resources, and NAMI works to end that.
Awesome. So I'm saving a couple points during this walk. You know, I mentioned this before, but if you try to flee from enemies, you typically get set back pretty far, and it's much faster to just reload. And this area has a couple enemies that they shouldn't be problems, and they never really are problems. But every now and then, like, my movement will be slightly different, and something from off screen will aggro me, bats or wolves or whatever. There's a Cyclops up here that I will have to sneak past, but that one's expected. But I do save in case at a couple points during these long walks, just in case something unexpected happens, because it will be one case of having to walk back from a bad flea makes up for like 10 saves.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
like
really a lot.
even when I've played this casually, that like I'll be like, oh, I just walked for like a minute plus. It's like I better save, otherwise if I run into an enemy that like I want to run from, I'm gonna be set back all the way. So it's just like you just kind of like have this timer in your head. You're like, all right, I've walked far enough, let's save.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, I've practiced these walks quite a bit, so I don't go by a timer, but I go by certain cues, right? There's certain places where I know I've run into encounters before unexpectedly, and those are the places usually where I'll save. So yeah, that Cyclops guy can be a little bit annoying to get past, because if he touches you, that one will actually start the encounter, so you can wait for him to just go back, run past you again, and it's probably safer than trying to cut across the pathing like I did. But yeah, so I'm going to save a couple times here. There's a fight in this area. I don't remember what the enemies are, bandits or something. And then there's another fight up here with a bunch of trolls. And the trolls are a pretty noteworthy enemy because the trolls do a lot of damage and they have a lot of health, but they're quite vulnerable to stupidity. And this is where I'll save, is kind of within this troll's aggro range. They're quite vulnerable to stupidity, and they give a lot of experience points. This used to be like a really big place to catch up on experience. That fight usually gave you around 13,000 experience. But it's pretty slow because of their amount of hit points, and it turns out you just don't need the XP. It turns out that you can hit the thresholds you need to with a little bit to spare, very tightly. So in this route, I have about it depends on, there's one fight. So there's a few fights in this game that have variability to how many enemies can spawn in the fight. And there's one fight coming up here that I need to get at least 3 enemies. Oops. What? Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. In the meantime, I'm going to do another gold exploit. So these boots of speed, for some reason, have a fixed sell value, which is more than we buy them for. So I can just buy a bunch of boots of speed and sell them, and then buy a bunch and then sell them. Actually, I'm going to do a few more. And I'll be using them. I actually want to use them.
You gotta go fast, right?
Yeah, it gives you kind of the haste effect in combat. And so, yeah, so gold exploit. I'm going to be buying a couple other items here, a couple bows of accuracy and tinker's gloves, which are items that give you some dexterity, which, as I mentioned before, is a really important stat. Going back to the experience topic before I forget about it, I do want to talk about the story here too, but there are some fights in this game that are variable amounts of enemies that spawn, so XP is a little variable, but all the fights that I take, except one after Keelan joins, are fixed. Really, there's only 2 fights, I think, that I intentionally take that aren't fixed, which is the zombie one that's coming up and the ogres outside Aramon. Everything else is fixed formations, but I need at least 3 zombies, otherwise I'm going to be short on XP. Actually, probably not, because I killed that Chaos Scout, but I will reload for 3 or more and 6 or fewer zombies. You can get anywhere from like 2 to 8 or 9.
Yeah, the encounter variation is pretty extreme in this game. So like, you'll get like really easy encounters sometimes, and sometimes you'll get like 6 to 8 enemies, and it'd be like such a huge slog to get through.
Mm-hmm. So buying 2 bows of accuracy. Only going to use 1 for now, but buying 2 of those and 2 sets of Tinker's gloves.
So you said those
yeah.
give you dex bonus, right?
Yeah, 5 dex, I think, from the bow of accuracy. 4 or 5? I think it's 5. And
That's
1 from the Tinker's glove.
It's pretty huge.
Yeah, it's awesome. And the bow is generally a good weapon for Alaron. So Keelan, I'll equip it for like the last fight of the game, but Alaron's going to be using it for the whole rest of the game because it's
So
also
that's
a good weapon for him.
I guess one thing to note is that like those bonuses are actually on top of your max, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you max out at all the characters max out at 30 dexterity, but if you equip equipment that gives you dex bonuses, it's on top of that. So that's the only way you can get above those max values.
Right. I'm also doing some... Oops, I did not want to equip that. I'll fix that. Botching this menu a little bit. Not a huge deal. Just equipping the Boots of Speed, the Ring of Healing that I bought for everybody, and the Rope, and the Bow of Accuracy on Alaron. The menu's a little bit variable based on how much stuff you picked up, but it's kind of just a little sloppy on my part. Not a huge deal, though. We got everything equipped that we need, and we can fix anything else later if I miss something, which I do sometimes. So now that we've done that, so talk about the story a little bit at this point, is that
Neeson?
Yep, well, before Neeson, we talked to the innkeeper, we mentioned Ardra's name, and he talks about zombies in the area. And it's because a name that's been alluded to a couple times, Shamsuk, the wizard Shamsuk, is a necromancer. And so the implication is that Shamsuk has been raising zombies around the area, and that's when he offers to sell us stuff at his shop, is to help clear them out. So we're going to actually go clear out a group of zombies that drop a wizard wand, which is a +1 wizard skill, which will give me +4 wizard total from items. It's worth noting that class skills like wizard and warrior are really expensive to raise naturally. They take a ton of experience, like
Very expensive.
Rank 3 to 4 is like 37,500 or something like that. It's a ton.
Right. You don't see that even at the highest levels of your normal stats.
Right. So getting those bonuses from equipment is really valuable. So with that in mind, we go into the inn and we run into Neeson. So one of the characters from earlier on in the game, Retta, the mage, her kind of whole story is that she's trying to do research for a cure because her friend Neeson has been cursed by the wizard Shamsuk. And if you talk to Retta in Port Said, she talks about how, she's still looking for a cure, etc. I'm going to reload in case this guy saw me. And we get here, and Neeson had recently come from the town of Pame, something like that, which has been destroyed by Shamsuk and his undead. And but in the meantime, Neeson has discovered a way to enter Shamsuk's tower, which is still, as of yet, unfinished. And so he says we can only enter it with his help, and so he's required to join the party at this point in time. And so he joins us. He's an elemental mage. And then we take off heading for Shamsuk's tower, fighting these zombies along the way. So I'm going to save this zombie fight. Again, I need 3 or more. Oops. And I don't want a ton of them because it's pretty slow. Like this, 9 of them, I'm not fighting 9 of them. So we're just going to save skim this fight a little bit. Yeah.
You can get up to 12, right?
I don't actually know what the max is. I don't know that I've seen more than 9 in this fight. 9 or 10, but there's another 9. Really, up to 6 is like fightable, but oops, I don't need to save here. Let's see what we get. Oh, there's more. There's 11.
There you go.
That's the most I've ever seen in this fight, I think. I'm assuming you can get 12, but all right, fine. 7, we'll take it. Let's just take the fight.
Extra XP.
Yep. So, like many of the enemies I fought so far, things are vulnerable here to stupidity. do need to be really careful. So, also, as I mentioned earlier, your stamina goes into your spell casting. So if I take too much damage, I'll actually be unable to cast spells potentially. Thankfully, I hit all these, so it's not a huge deal. And I do need to clear some out for reinforcements to come in. And during this fight, I want to actually have Neeson die. So, despite the fact that he says he's the only one who can get us into Shamsic's tower and he knows a trick, it's true, I guess, but him joining you is really just the trigger for that. So I'm going to cast Fireball. If I'm really lucky, Fireball will just... Nah, wasn't quite enough. Fireball can just one-shot Neeson, and then you don't have to worry about it. But it's not a big deal. I'm just going to run over this way. This is usually where reinforcements come from, so they'll get to him pretty quickly. And in the meantime, try to get this last get a couple zombies out of the way, and hit stupidity on this last one if possible. If Aramon ever gets another turn. This is where you can really see like the difference in dexterity stats coming into play, right? Like Aramond's just now getting his second turn, despite the fact that, you know, I've killed a zombie and almost killed the second one, and like Neeson's cast fireballs and running away, and yeah, really illustrates the point.
Elemental magic in this game, like it actually hits like an area of effect, so it can be pretty dangerous to your own party members.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can actually move. I actually moved that circle that you get for your spellcasting window away from the party members, so it only hit Neeson and the zombies.
Yep.
I'm getting kind of bad spawns here. One of them spawned on the opposite side of the map for whatever reason.
Rip Neeson.
Hopefully, Aramon gets a turn here to hit these guys. Good, good. Just one more to clear out. Gonna move characters away a little bit, so hopefully they don't get owned. I accidentally skipped Alaron's turn. One thing you can see is that if you don't do anything for a turn, you actually do get a strength. You do get healed a little bit, which is kind of interesting. You get like 1 point of stamina back for not doing anything on a turn. So, zombie fight over with. We got the wizard wand. Pretty slow zombies, but take what we can get. And I'm actually going to equip that wizard wand right now on Aramon.
So what does that wand give you?
+1 wizard.
Okay, so you got the +1 for the wand, you got +1 for the hat, you got +2 for the ring.
Exactly. Yep. So +4. So Alaron's total wizard skill now is 6, and Keelan's wizard skill is now 8. If she equips the items instead. So it kind of obviously depends on who equips stuff at a given point in time. But which Dragon Quest is this? This is based on the 1980s tabletop RPG called Dragon Quest. So the one that held the trademark that caused all of the early DQ games to be called Dragon Warrior. It's because of this game. This is the first. This is the OG Dragon Quest.
you fell into that one. You're thinking he wasn't going to run a Dragon Quest based game?
So this lizard man here that I'm sneaking past is can be a bit of a troll. Sometimes he'll just like see you, especially if he's facing you. I'm gonna kind of wait and see if he turns away. Yeah, there we go. And then I'm gonna run through this swamp. This swamp, somebody mentioned it in a donation earlier, but this swamp is really easy to get lost in. It's dark, it's rainy. I promise I kind of know where I'm going. And
it's raining, you said.
There there are also roaming enemies that can sometimes aggro you, and I don't want to fight any of them, so I will save it a couple points here. There's a couple plague zombies that you can get encounters with, and there's a Gorgon fight that you can also sometimes get encounters with. Hopefully I will do my best to avoid them, but I will save at 2 or 3 spots through here just to make sure that I don't lose a ton of time. So I'm kind of following the path of following that ledge. I'm going to dip down here below this edge, and I'm just kind of generally going east.
In general, it's like really difficult to navigate this game. It's really easy to get lost in all the map areas.
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of like go in a. The compass actually is extremely helpful, and I don't know how many games do you ever use a compass.
That's a really good point.
Right? I mean, I found the compass is actually extremely helpful. You can pull up the menu map, and it's kind of like it's very general as far as like where you are and like what direction you need to go. It's like, well, I gotta go east-ish, so let's kind of head that way until we find a wall or something.
Yeah,
And,
there's a lot of following walls or looking at trees for landmarks or something like that.
yeah.
Retracing your steps. And notice as we get close to this wall here, the music changes a little bit. And if we follow this wall around and ignore that skeleton that's over there, we will find a journal entry and a tower. And this is Shamsuk's tower. And there's going to be one fight that I take outside here with 2 stone golems, which, surprise, we use the stupidity spell to clear quickly, as we've been doing for quite a bit of the game. Although stupidity spell is nearing the end of its usefulness. There's still a couple more fights, but this is one of them. So we clear out the golems, and the one thing that I need to think about a little bit more with routing is time of day here. So I need to camp probably twice.
Marshmallows plus.
There's once. And the reason I'm doing this is that I want it to be, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, I want it to be a full moon, because that's going to give Keelan the biggest bonus to her abilities. And I took a bunch of ins intentionally earlier to advance it so it's really close.
So it's like time of the month, right, with the full moon?
Yeah, so solar is time of day, lunar is time of the month. And actually, I'll show this real quick. If you go into the camp menu, you can see on the dates, there's like moon icons on certain dates where it changes.
Yep.
So this is Shamsuk Tower. This place is completely incomprehensible. Good luck finding your way through here without a guide. But thankfully, I know where I'm going. It really is like a maze. There's hidden doors everywhere. It's super confusing. It's not going to make any sense, but I know where I'm going, and I can clear out enemies along the way. So we get a couple more golems here. I'm going to make sure after this fight that Keelan's got points in debilitation, which again, I bought this scroll really early on, and it's a strength reduction spell. So
mages are usually low on strength, right? So you cast it on them.
Yeah, and specifically, we're going to be using it on these Dust Devil enemies to start with, and then Wraiths in this area. Wraiths in this area have 1 strength, so any rank of debilitation will clear them out. Debilitation is going to hit 2 per cast right now, so I'll need to cast it twice. But these Dust Devils have, I think, 5 strength. It's 4 or 5. They also cast debilitation on you, so they return the favor, but it doesn't really matter. And we will clear them out. Nice and easy peasy. It's very rare that Keelan spells here get resisted. It can happen, but if it's a full moon, Her spells are really reliable.
She's got really high wizard rank, right?
It's only a 4 right now.
Oh, is it a
and
4?
And 20 intelligence.
20.
But
So max intelligence is 30 and max wizard is 10.
yeah. But she gets the plus 1.5. She gets the
For
1.5 times multiplier for the lunar cycle.
The lunar cycle. Right.
And this hellhound's not going to cooperate, so I'm actually going to save and reload here,
I'm sneaking here.
which will just kind of magically put us on the other side of him. You can walk around in front of him, but sometimes if you do that, he'll see you. So I prefer doing this. This tower looks really funky. It's like definitely a product of the N64 era, and you'll see why I say that a little bit later. I went too far on this guy aggroed, so I'm actually gonna have to reload again. But there's like flames and animations, and there's gonna be really wild psychedelic colors coming up soon, and it's a crazy place. And again, for a lot of it, you're not gonna even really be able to tell where I'm trying to go. Like there, like that didn't look like a door. It looked like I just walked up to a wall, but it's fine. It's a door.
Was it actually a door that you see or no?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because sometimes, like in this game, like the door hitboxes are so big, you can hit them
Sure.
from way far away.
Yeah, and there's some spots in this dungeon where there's like markers on a wall that indicate something that's not like a door, but a place that you can still pass through.
I see. Yeah.
Oh, that wraith actually resisted the spell. So I said it was unlikely, but it did happen. Which means I'll need to do 3 casts.
This is a
Wraiths-
marathon after all.
Yeah. Wraiths don't really do much besides cast Wraith Touch here. Wraith Touch reduces a random stat. It's not really significant. And they cast the Darkness spell, but since we're using Debilitation on them, again, it doesn't matter. Keelan's not affected by it being nighttime because she's Lunar Aspect. So sometimes they just sit there and do nothing, you know? This battle screen's really funky. The camera likes to kind of glitch out on that thing in the middle, and there will be some fights where enemies might like fall through the world on the battle screen. It's really, really odd. Doesn't matter, but it does happen. I've never had it matter. I've never had like a fight become unwinnable or unfinishable because of it, but I expect it's possible for enemies to fall out of bounds and like not land back in bounds somehow. This room here is a real nightmare. There's one enemy I need to kill, this Minotaur Lord up here. He drops a key that I need, and he's also guarding some treasure that I need. I use Stupidity on him, the Stupidity spell, like I do on many of the other enemies, but he resists it a lot. He's got a pretty high willpower, so this might take a couple of chances. I did save in case I need to reload. This is a good one for Abracon to just kind of stand here and take a couple of the hits in case Stupidity gets resisted like that. I can try casting Light. Do I have it equipped? No. I can try casting Light. I don't know the exact points at if it's strictly a day-night trigger for the multipliers. So in the code, there are 4 multipliers listed for solar aspect, and it's 0.75, 1.25, 1.25, 0.75. But if it were strictly day or night, like, why would there be 4? It's kind of like, I don't really know. So use light, make sure it's actually day, and
So how do you tell that what time of day it is in battle there? Because it didn't look much different when you casted light.
It might have still been considered day at where I was. I honestly, like I said, I wasn't sure. I just usually pay attention going into the battle. So, like, I knew it was day, but, like, near one of the edges. It wasn't, like, the top of the day cycle. So, I don't know. Yeah, some areas it gets really dark when it's nighttime. Some of the borderline cases, it's hard to tell. This room here is one of the more annoying rooms of this dungeon. I'm going to sneak through the whole thing. It's faster to like take some steps and run and then save and reload. Actually saves like 5 or 6 seconds even with the reload, because enemies can aggro you through this wall on the left really easily. But,
Yeah, I imagine this area is like really bad for enemy aggro through walls.
I think light also dispels weather effects like rain in combat. So there are like weather modifiers to certain things. It especially affects archery. For whatever reason, archery has a lot of stuff in this game that affects it. Your elevation in combat, it takes that into account. It takes into account whether or not you've moved before shooting. I'm actually going to save this on a different file just in case I completely mess this up.
I like this Ocarina of Time room here.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like the Forest Temple with the spinny room. This zombie here is.
Ooh.
I don't even know what to say about the zombie. He's so annoying. You get into encounters with him all the time. And this setup usually works reliably. And I think we're good now. It just failed the first time. I was probably not close enough to the wall. You can technically fight him, but it's slow. It's not good. Yeah, anyway, I was talking about archery. So elevation, whether you've moved, weather effects like rain, darkness, lots of things that go into the archery formula, which it's kind of neat. It's not like super visible to the player, but
Right, that's the one thing about this game. Like we were talking about this the other day. It's just like it's like really obvious that they had the huge ambition for this game, right? They wanted to do all these cool things, all these stats, like D&D type stuff, and they're really ambitious about this game. And obviously, it like I'm guessing it got delayed through the Nintendo 64 cycle until like, well, they're getting towards the end of it, so we better release it. And they kind of had to just finish it up where they were. But there's a lot of ideas in this game that are really cool.
That's a good way to sum it up. This game has a lot of really cool mechanics, I think, and really interesting stuff. But you can definitely tell that the game was a bit unfinished, unpolished. Between the crashes, between the lack of like tutorials and explanation.
Look for it, yeah.
The ending feels really rushed, like a lot of games that go through kind of a poor development cycle. But what they did come up with, I find an enjoyable experience. But many people do not feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've been playing this casually for the first time recently, and it's like once you get past that certain level of like understanding, plus like the initial hump of getting past the first big boss of Kitarak, you kind of like, okay, I kind of understand this game. It's not that bad actually. Like you explore a bit, you get upgrades and cool weapons, and you get the your typical RPG type stuff, and it's got some cool, interesting mechanics. Yeah, the gameplay is a bit slow with these battles and such, especially if you're doing like physical strats, right? At this point, where you're doing like less physical and more like magical attacks. But it's definitely like it becomes more interesting the further you get in.
Yeah, for sure. It kind of goes through like a bit of a bell curve almost, where it starts off as being like a really big hump to get over, and then it smooths out pretty good, and then you get later on in the game and it becomes a bit like unfair or questionable again. When things start to get rushed, the game mechanics, enemies kind of follow the same rules you do, so there's a lot of things that you can take advantage of that they can also take advantage of, and sometimes that's a little bit tough to deal with. So this is where it's like the polish of the game, right? Yeah.
Oh.
I was gonna say that this is where the bow on Alron really comes in handy, because Keelan like can one-shot these, but usually just doesn't do quite enough. And so tagging them with a bow hit is really nice. You can use Stupidity to wipe these guys out. I find it's not like super reliable, and Keelan's animations are fast enough that, and she gets so many actions that I prefer just clearing out these skeleton archers with physical attacks. But there's like right now is probably a good opportunity to just use the Stupidity spell instead to clear them out. But
Yeah, I see a little bit talk about the company who made this game, which is H2O Entertainment. They actually made the game Tetrasphere for N64 as well before this. I think that was their only 2 games.
I'm not sure. There's a good case of the camera glitching out. Yeah, I don't really know much about H2O.
I think they're Canadian.
So I am going to now trade over all of Alaron's stuff to Keelan, all of his wizard gear to Keelan. I will need it back on Alaron, but it should allow debilitation to hit 4 enemies in this next fight, and Keelan will need it for a boss coming up very soon anyway. I will actually be swapping back to the Wall of Bones wand for 1 fight, but again, it does make the difference of clearing this in 1 cast, so.
Yes, they also made 2 other games. So they made Tetrasphere, the new Tetris, both for the Nintendo 64.
I skipped return. Oops. Sorry.
And then they also made the a Flintstones game for the Game Boy Color. And then, of course, Aidyn Chronicles, the first Mage.
The new Tetris must be where I know them from, because I knew I had something else that was them, and I played a lot of that game as a kid. The new Tetris was really good.
New Tetris? Yeah.
Yeah, so coming up next here is a disaster-driven encounter. So I actually need to equip some stuff again on Keelan. I need to equip the Bow of Accuracy and the Tinker's Gloves. So this fight here is another Wall of Bones fight, and I should equip the Wall of Bones one now also. And we need to hit the white in this fight with Wall of Bones, and if he resists, we probably need to, or if he casts Frozen Doom and outspeeds us. So we need to go before him, use Wall of Bones, and hit him. And if that doesn't work out, I need to flee and try again. And sometimes this happens first try, and sometimes I'm here for like 5 minutes. I hope Abracon goes.
The total chances are for this?
I don't know. I think it's somewhere in like the 25 to 33%, quarter to 2/3.
Because you have to hit like 2 things, right? Going first plus hitting it.
So, kind of. If the going first thing is a little bit optional, if Alaron happens to go first, you can use the shielding wand as like a buffer. It buffs your defense, and instead of casting Frozen Doom, he'll cast Dispel Star to dispel the shielding that you do. It's really slow if you do that, so I don't really like the strat, but it does mean that like you can possibly get
Your turns,
a cast in.
Yep.
But so far he's outsped me.
The
3
loading
times now.
here is pretty quick though, so this seems kind of faster.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's just might be here for a minute. All right, Keelan gets to go first. Let's see if we can land it. And it's resisted.
Go Bones, go! No. Oh.
Yep.
Once you play this game enough, you can see the animation that the enemy takes with the casting, and you know if that hit or not.
Right, exactly. Oh, and
oh, Whoa.
There's the case of enemies falling through the world that I was talking about earlier. That Spirit Wolf just clipped out of bounds, fell through the world, and landed back in bounds. Happens a lot on this fight in particular, the wolves. For whatever reason. Alright, we hit Wall of Bones. So as long as Keelan doesn't die, which can happen, these wolves do some damage. But as long as she doesn't die, and I do need to re-equip Warfang also on her.
Still using the Warfang.
Yep, I put on the Bow of Accuracy, which I don't normally do, but I put that on to increase the chance of going first. I'm actually going to pull out the Shielding Wand and use it to keep myself from getting owned by these wolves. What does Wall of Bones do? It's
Question
paralysis.
for you. So you equip that wand and use it in the same turn?
Yes. So if you equip a weapon in combat, like what I'll do here with Warfang, it will end your turn immediately. But if you change armor or like this robe, other equipment, it does not immediately end your turn. It's only weapons that... Well, maybe armor. I don't think armor does, though. I think it's only weapons that you'll lose your turn for, so... Anyway, now Keelan gets to act, has Warfang equipped, and is immediately doing tons of damage.
Yeah, that weird sword thing.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? How did they decide the design of that thing?
I don't know, but if anybody likes Warfang and goofy weapon models, I definitely recommend sticking around after this run. There was an incentive for a cheat showcase, which has gotten met. And if you like Warfang, stick around for that. That's all I'm going to say.
You got some interesting weapons.
So I'm going to buff up some stats here. Debilitation 8 on Keelan is very important. I'm on the west side. This is awkward. Debilitation for Keelan here is really important for the next fight. So it's going to be pretty much the same thing that we've been doing throughout this run, right? So there's going to be a mix of... I'm actually going to save before going through here. Just
nice secret door, by the way.
In case anything happens. Yeah. This hand is also a secret door. This thing here. If you warp up here and you press A, like warps you. You can't warp back.
At least that's a little more obvious. It's like the end of the path. Yeah.
Yeah, so coming up here, there's going to be a cutscene with Ferris the Jester. He's going to force his way into our party. And then we're going to confront the wizard Shamsuk, the owner of this tower. So I'm going to do some equips here and make sure, again, that all my wizard stuff is on Keelan. Everything except the wand should be already. So it should just be a matter of equipping this, save, and again, the strats are going to be kind of what they've been up to this point. So one of the big routing improvements that was done was being able to use... this is also another dialogue I'm going to mash through because it's soft lock sometimes instead of using turbo.
Yeah. I've seen you soft lock here before a couple times in one run.
Yeah, my previous PB soft locked twice in one run on this scene. So one of the big improvements for the routing once upon a time in this game's history was using debilitation to take out Shamsuk here. This is a pretty tough fight casually. I had a lot of trouble with it anyway. Shamsuk casts a lot of magic, and the enemies that are with him are pretty strong. A zombie and 2 wraiths to start with, and then... Or no, a giant skeleton and 2 wraiths to start with, and then a giant skeleton and 1 or 2 plague zombies to come in later as reinforcements. But the wraiths and Shamsuk can be taken out with debilitation if your wizard and debilitation stat are high enough. So having enough XP to level debilitation up to 8 is like one of the big routing thresholds. If you don't have debilitation at 8, it's not good enough.
You have to take out those What was they? Wraiths?
The wraiths are fine. It's Shamsuck that you need it for.
Okay.
The wraiths only have 1 strength, so they're easy. But Shamsuck has 15 strength. I think it's
Gotcha.
15. Abracon is going to do nothing to start with. You can see that Ferris the Jester is now in our party. Ferris is terrifying.
I love his walking animation where he goes around the field.
Oh, yeah, we'll see that in just a second here. So unfortunately, Shamsuck goes first and casts haste. If Keelan goes first, then she gets to debilitation before this haste goes off, but it's not really a big deal. It's just a slow animation to have to watch. Because it goes in everybody. Why am I outside?
Yeah.
There was a teleporter in Shamsuck's tower that led all the way back to Poison Forest. We're actually right outside Oriana's hut right now, which is like the very start of the game. So here's Ferris's running animation.
Go, Ferris, go! Woo! I love it.
It's actually a little bit faster if he manages to die off in the fight, because it skips a little cutscene at the end. But it takes a while to kill him. You can't unequip his armor. And so it's usually just not worth going for. I've considered just running him up to where the reinforcements come in, putting his back to them and killing turns, but I don't think it's actually faster to do that. Maybe a wash at best. So, oops. What I need to do now is, this is why I paused, I need to unequip all the wizard stuff again from Keelan, and that's now going to go over back to Aramon, and it will be on Aramon for the rest of the run. But the rest of the enemies in this fight, the skeletons and the zombies, are vulnerable to the stupidity spell again. And then it's just going to be clearing some enemies here to get the reinforcements to spawn. I'm going to send Ferris over that way to, despite the slow running, just to like tank some hits if they do get actions, because the enemies in this fight actually like really hurt. So I want to keep Aramon as much as possible behind Ferris. Is there a twist later that we meet the second mage?
Well, like Ferris is like actually a mage that's kind of a twist, right?
Is he?
Yeah. Pretty sure. I read that.
It could be. So the gist of it is that Elrond is or has the potential to become a mage because of his ability to cast all the different types of magic, as opposed to just a wizard, right? He's really a mage, and I didn't equip the stuff, and so again, as we mentioned earlier, people without true names tend to go insane, and so Aramon becomes the first person who's able to really become a true mage, casting all kinds of magic without going insane. And we'll get into the details of that, of why that is a little bit later. You know, we are getting pretty far through the run, but there are a couple more story beats to hit before we get there, so remember to actually equip my wizard gear this time. And
Yeah, there's some pretty big ones here after this fight, right?
yeah, there's some dialogue after this fight. I wouldn't say immediately after this fight, though. So I'm trying to remember like the exact order that you learn things, because I know some of the lore, but I don't remember like what order the game tells you everything. But the idea is that we come back to Oisin Forest here, and Ferris has. We tell him, not Ferris. Shamsuck has wiped out. I don't need to kill this anymore. Oriana's hut, and Oriana is now dead. And at some point around here, you find out that Oriana was actually Alron's mother.
Right. I think it was,
one of the,
it was either before this fight or after this fight, right? Or
yeah.
Shamsuck tells you.
Yeah. So I'm going to take a few more points of strength here on Keelan just for some extra damage in this next segment. But otherwise than that, that fight is over with.
So why does Oriana never say anything about it?
Yeah, it's the question. Anyway, so after we beat Shamsuk here, Ferris takes Shamsuk's staff of necromancy. So Ferris, like, pretends that he was being forced into helping Shamsuk because of Shamsuk's threats against him. And then, like, realizes that we have the power to beat him, so offers to help us up and help us beat him up. And really, it's just he wants Shamsuk's staff so he can become a necromancer of his own. Alaron demands the staff for his own protection. And, you know, Ferris gives oh, well, you know, this is no good for you. You're going to go crazy. It's not safe for you to have this staff. I'll just hold on to it. And, you know, he's probably actually a little bit right, but he clearly also just wants the staff of necromancy. But we're not going to see any more of Ferris, so it doesn't really matter. There is another cutscene with him in an area that I'll be running through, but we're able to avoid the trigger.
So that's not the final twist that Oriana is your mother.
Right. Not the final twist.
So we're back where we started, right? Towards the beginning of the game?
Yep, we're back in the starting forest of the game. This is the bat fight that I skipped at the beginning of the game.
The bats are back.
And unfortunately the skip just like doesn't usually work. Presumably due to like where you load into the area or whatever on the way back. So we fight it, but it's a lot faster to fight now than it would have been Alaron only at level 1. And we're able to come over here to this teleporter that's been here the whole game, but it's going to bring us back to Shamsuk's tower, where we had jumped out of earlier, or we teleported back here from earlier. The remains of Shamsuk's tower is destroyed. And at some point, and I'm trying to remember exactly when you get told this, but I think it's by Kradog on his island. You're told to go see the Jundar in the desert, to Ugarit. And
yeah, I think that's right.
And so that's where we're heading off to now, is we're going to head to the Jundar Desert. But thankfully, Ugarit is entirely skippable. So there's a lot of story stuff that happens there. I'm going to talk about it. We're going to have a really long walk here, so there's going to be some time for donations and stuff coming up. But first, I'll explain what happens in Ugarit, which is that you go there, there's some lore, there are some books in the town, and you find out about this this horn. I'm trying to remember like the exact order that things happen. Yeah, there's this ancient horn, and oh no, first you find out that there's a wizard. Sorry, I'm trying to get this straight. There's a wizard who can probably rejoin your spirit to your body in a place called Maxon nearby. And you talk to the Emperor, and he says, don't go to Maxon, but there's this horn that you can play for a dragon who will help you out. And you end up talking to this, you're supposed to talk to this hermit guy who says, oh, well, it's a trap because the place where the horn is in this barrow, and you can only hurt the barrow wraith, Lugash, with a weapon from Maxon. So there's kind of just like this whole convoluted plot line around this.
The legendary weapon.
Yeah. So the Sword of Lodin is the item that you're supposed to get. And that's another big part of the routing, is being able to skip getting that sword, because it's typically thought of as the only way to defeat that barrow wraith. And thank you to all the raiders from the Earthbound Super Series.
Yes, thank you. Welcome to Aidyn Chronicles, the first Mage, where
Top
it rains.
5 RPG on the Nintendo 64.
And it rains all the time.
And it rains all the time. So I'm going to save here, and then, yeah, I'm going to be going on a big walking segment. I'm going to basically go on this path. I'm going to go up a hill past the Cyclops, and then after that Cyclops, the movement is... Like, I've got a path that I follow, but sometimes I end up getting encounters there, so I may end up having to fight some stuff. Or I'll be doing some safety saves, so I might have to fight, or I might have to save and reload, depending on what I get. It's pretty inconsistent area. But I'm going to be walking to the Barrow, where that Barrow Wraith is that you're supposed to learn about in Ugarit. So that's kind of where I'm heading to. But in the meantime, while I'm walking there, feel free to read some donations or plugs or whatever else.
We have gotten some donations in. We got $25 from Steejans that said, no donations. This is unacceptable. Don't worry, I agree. And we also got $150 from the Countess that said, let's see if this Pathfinder Kingmaker run cheeses the campaign harder than my tabletop group did a few years back. I feel like this is a kind of theme going with this one where we keep trying to not crash the game. Now we can cheese the next game. We are actually right now $1 away from being at 6,500. So, who wants to tip that scale on over?
Awesome. Part of that donation might have gone to the name Hedgie MP and Dragon Warrior Rando. Oh boy. I don't know a whole lot about the Dragon Warrior meta, but I know that that's not a good build. For anyone who's not aware, there's a Dragon Warrior randomizer mini tournament coming up later on in this marathon, and the way the Dragon Warrior randomizer works is that and Dragon Warrior in general, is that your stat growth is based on your character name. So generally, you want strength, hit points, stuff like that.
I'm all for it, Countess.
Agility MP is going to be an interesting time. So yeah, I'm walking through this this wasteland, basically, down to the Jundar Gate, and there's going to be a little riddle kind of thing that we have to solve at the gate. It's not really much of a riddle, but I'm going to make sure to save before the gate. I'm actually going to save a couple spots here also. Again, I did mention that there are encounters in this area. There's basically going to be Darkened Bat to my left and Manticores on my right, and if I'm lucky, I won't get either of them. If I'm unlucky, then I will get one of those two fights. But the Jundar Gate's going to have a little bit of a riddle we need to solve. And if we choose the wrong answer, then yeah, we got one of the fights. And it's the bats. So I'm probably just going to run and reload. You can wipe these guys with stupidity, but they resisted a lot, and it's pretty slow. The Manticores are a little bit better if you're going to get a fight here. But yeah, so if trying to listen for the bat, just going to keep saving.
That's one thing you can do in this game is you can actually hear the enemies just off when you can't see them. You'll hear the steps doot doot doot, or the bat flapping its wings, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the only tell you have if they're close or not, and even then, it's still kind of hard to tell.
It's the Manticore this time. It is okay. Manticores. I think I can wipe these out with what I've got. Pretty sure this is one thing that I practiced.
Stupidity spell is pretty good.
It really is. And this one flees, and party's victorious.
That's it. Yep.
So, optional fight, but I don't know. Part of me wonders if I should just commit to taking it instead of risking the bats. there are strats like I see an Elastoid do it in his runs where he intentionally does a save and reload at a certain point to reset enemy positions. But even that's like really finicky. If your movement's not spot on and your positioning isn't spot on, then enemy pathing will just aggro you in weird, unexpected places. So this is a spot where I'm avoiding the cutscene that I mentioned earlier with Ferris the Jester. If I had gone farther to the right, then I would have had like a 40-second scene to watch. And we're approaching this gate. I've started to say this a few times. If you choose the wrong answer for any of this riddle, you get a fight with some elementals that we can't easily kill, and you can't run from it. So I am going to save and be very careful with the options that I choose, especially since I've been really sloppy with my dialogues throughout this run. And make sure we don't get any...
It's
Any bad
fine. You
encounters?
saved.
I did.
Just go fast. I like that head in the gate there.
Yeah. All right. We're good. And now we're going to head up to the barrow, which is supposed to have this horn that we need to play for the dragon, right? That I was talking about. And the horn of Kinon. I don't know. I don't know how to say anything in this game.
Horn of
What's that?
the horn of horns.
Yeah. I always think the Horn of Valir from Wheel of Time.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I love this music. By the way, the Jundar Desert music.
Yeah, it's one of the better tracks in this game.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're coming up on this barrow and walking out of the desert, so the music stops. And the barrow is kind of like a puzzle. So we're told that that there are 7 barrow wraiths who all have certain treasure, and we need to offer them back to Lugash, who's the main former general or whatever of the Jundar that's buried here, who's guarding the horn. So the deal is that there's an outside and inside of this barrow, and on the outside there are 7 boulders, and on the inside there are 7 coffins. And we need to first come outside, and this needs to be in a specific order. We need to tag one of the rocks, and that's going to unlock one of the coffins inside. So this area is really confusing. It's really easy to get lost in. It's hard to move optimally. But that's kind of just par for the course in this game.
You got all these holes and stuff. You got to go down and back up.
Yeah. So we're going to hit the boulder on the outside and then come inside, hit the coffin, and then there's these wraiths that we're going to need to kill. They're pretty easy. Keelan will 1 or 2 shot them. There's a couple that can cast Frozen Doom that are sometimes will troll you a little bit. I'll usually tag a little extra damage with Aramon if I can.
Poke him in the bum with the Warfang.
Yeah. This guy's actually being pretty rude. Yeah, so... And they're all going to drop a specific item. So this guy here will drop the Spirit Drake Helm, for example. And we need to collect all 7 of those. And then do something specific with them. So I'm going to be, hitting these boulders in a specific order. And there's definitely a little bit of room for optimization here of like practicing which holes you use to get in and out of the barrow while minimizing encounters. But that was not the right one. That's also not the right one. I got turned around here a little bit. My bad. So there's a couple wandering enemies down here that I'm trying to avoid. And yeah, I went down the wrong hole from up top. There's one that puts you out right by this coffin that I meant to jump down, and I just... Normally, this ladder to my right is like the best ladder to take in and out of this area, but not for... It's like one coffin, which... It's like right over here. There it is. Hopefully I can get it before aggro. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Will I run it after this marathon? It's a good question. Like, I'm pretty happy with my current PB, but there's definitely still room to be cut off there, so...
Poke.
Certainly potential for me to play some more. And Elastoid keeps saying that he's going to come back to the game at some point also. Yeah, if Elastoid takes my record, then I will probably come back to it. Sure.
Yeah, this game seems like it has a lot of room for improvements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. And the routing of this game is really fun. This game really is more of a like routing challenge of a speedrun more than like an execution run. I say that like obviously I'm losing a lot of time like getting these extra encounters and not sneaking well and things like that. There is execution in the run, but most of the big time saves.
It's kind of like risk reward with sneaking and stuff like that too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good amount of saving there. But yeah, like you're saying, like routing, like the spells and killing, what is actually faster for all these fights is definitely the main driver for this game right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's where I put most of my time into when I was working on my improvements was the XP routing. Yeah, learning the maps isn't too bad. This area right here is like the hardest area to learn. And even knowing it, like...
Yeah, well, I've been playing this game casually, and like, it's extremely easy to get lost in these games, like with no map, and all you have is the compass. It's just like, you don't know where you are, especially in like the forest areas with like no real good landmarks. But it's just, but obviously with the speedrun, you know exactly where you want to go every time, so it makes it way more straightforward.
Mm-hmm. There's one actual fight, that I will be taking in this area that's not a wraith. This is wandering golem over here. Kind of just more of the same enemies that I've fought a few times. A couple golems and a wraith. But he's in the way. We're gonna have to run by this area a couple times. And so it's easy enough to just wipe him out of the way. And of course we get a stupidity resist, but that's somewhat expected. What kind of camera controls? So you can hold the R button to rotate the camera in most places. There are some places where it doesn't work. But when you do that, you stop moving. So you can't, and the camera will like auto center on you. So you can't keep the camera pointed in a certain direction. You can't move and manage the camera at the same time. I'm just gonna cast light. It'll help a little bit. So the camera options are pretty minimal. In terms of lag reduction, I haven't really looked into it a whole lot. Mostly because it's, like I said, it's kind of hard to even manage what direction the camera's facing.
This game is like a few steps still away from like lag reduction type strats, right? Because the routing, right, is still like the part that's being worked out in this game, and like what exactly should you do and where should you sneak and all that.
Yeah, exactly. The biggest lag reduction strategy in this run is not using high resolution mode.
There you go.
Because this game does not run well with it.
No, it does not.
Here, let's turn it on for a minute.
For science.
For science, you can see that things immediately get a little bit blurrier. Let me also save here, just in case this like crashes anything. But you can see like, I mean, maybe you can't, but I can definitely feel it.
I can see it for sure. Yeah.
Things are definitely like, look at me panning around the camera there and how choppy that is.
Yeah, but like it looks a lot sharper though, like aileron and the textures and stuff.
Yeah. You can definitely tell that it does something. But from a speedrun standpoint, it does not make things better. So
yeah,
I'm going to.
Yeah.
Like the menu opening is like a big one.
Not great. It's not great.
You've been running on high res. I do wonder. I know your completed runs of Last Droid were done on emulator, and this game runs very differently on emulator. Some things are a little faster, some things are a little slower. So I kind of wonder if you have the same experience with high resolution mode compared to console. Just it might be a different gap, for better or worse.
Yeah. Just especially like I can't imagine like the expansion pack has been emulated super well either.
Yeah, so if you load this game up in an emulator, well, so I've done it with BizHawk for like practicing, and even if you don't have the expansion pack enabled in BizHawk, it will tell you that the expansion pack is detected, and it will run in like expansion pack mode, which means that it basically just crashes all the time.
Fun.
Yeah. Things like loading save states will crash in the emulator if you have expansion pack turned off, because it's, I don't know, it like can't load the textures that are part of the save state or something. I don't know, it's really weird. But I do all my practice on console nowadays. I have an EverDrive, and the EverDrive has a functionality where you can back up and restore controller packs to a file. So I actually have like save files that I've got backed up to an EverDrive that I can copy to and from my memory card. I'm playing on an actual card, but
Right, so this game saves to actually your controller pack instead of on the card itself.
Right. Yep. Yeah, that you can take that fight if it loads in with no wipe, but it really doesn't. The scary fight for me is always the one on the far side over here, the plague zombie one. And like you're kind of in this weird spot right here between the plague zombie and the white and going up this hill. I don't know. This area has so much room for like optimizing your movement a little bit more and like the order that you're doing things. Like, I'm being extra sloppy today, but even when I'm not, like, there's certainly room for improvement there. This place can vary by like minutes between my best and worst runs. I'm gonna save and reload. Lately, I've been getting into a fight here for some reason, like walking up to this coffin, and I don't know why. So we're just gonna.
So how many of the 7 do we have so far?
This is the last one.
All right.
So after this, we will need to offer up their unique items in a certain room in here, and that will allow us to confront Lugash. who's guarding the horn that we're looking for.
The legendary horn.
The legendary horn. Your stats don't matter anymore. Take 30 dex. And let's get out of here. So hopefully, I'm just gonna go out here. There's, yeah, this one's good. It's like a specific one of these holes brings you into like this different room. How you're supposed to know that, I have no idea. But there are a couple of holes that bring you into different places, and this is one of them. And this is where I need to offer up the items. Yeah,
that's one of the things about this game. Like the sound effects are really like
yeah, they're. It seems like an early demo version sound effect that just never got polished, kind of thing.
Yeah. So you just keep doing this, huh?
Yep, for all 7. This should be the last one here. I haven't been counting, but hopefully this is 7. And then I got to sneak because there's a... Get the camera to rotate this way. There's a dust devil walking over there. So I just need to get out of his line of sight a little bit. And then we can run out of here. And then the camera gets stuck on something. I don't know. And now we're going to go back into the main barrow area one last time.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Like, this game is like, it's kind of like they had like really great ambitions about this game, right? We want to make this really cool thing in this expansive world and this really cool system that's based on like kind of D&D and let's level up and all that stuff. But they didn't have the time to like fully polish it before they had to release it.
Fully polish it or a little polish it.
Oh,
or
yeah.
really do much of anything. But it's okay. I love this game. It's awesome. So I'm going to equip the wizard stuff here back on Keelan for this fight. Coming up. I might get a Wraith encounter on the way down here. Can sometimes sneak up on you. So I equipped that stuff a little bit early to help clear it out more quickly. But what I'm really down here for is Lugash. Well, we got the Wraith. But this should hit all 4 of them because I put all that wizard stuff back on. So Lugash is the old Jundar general who's buried down here guarding this horn. And he's the one that you're supposed to need Lodin's sword to fight. And otherwise weapons just don't do damage to him. Or maybe they do 1 damage to him or something. But like other enemies in this run, you can use stats to your advantage. And he has a convenient enough strength that it's basically the same as taking out Shamsuck with debilitation. So even though we can't damage him, we can incapacitate him enough to clear the fight.
Yep.
And now all we need to do is sneak over here past this Wraith in this little crevice that's very hard to see.
Yes.
And we are rewarded with a horn. Hooray.
The Horn of Legends.
The camera's pointing at just like the wall during that scene. You only see it for a second, but
And it's pretty par for the course for this game.
yeah. Yeah, if your movement is good, you can get past that Wraith just running without it seeing you. The one that I fought. But if you do get the encounter, it's definitely better to just fight it. As long as you've equipped everything on Keelan, especially to clear it in one shot. And so anyway, we are done with this barrow. So
It's dragon time, right?
thankfully, we've got one more thing to do before the dragon, which is now that we have the horn, we are able to merge with our spirit. And that's going to have all sorts of benefits in that it's what I was talking about earlier, where you get, let me actually unequip this stuff and fix this all before I forget. I should actually be doing this in the next menu, but it's going to boost some of our stats. So we're going to get 3 intelligence, for example, and a couple other stats are going to get boosted. Our wizard skill is going to get buffed up to 10. We're going to be taught like all of the versus elemental, versus naming, versus star, versus necromancy at rank 10. I think there's like one other spell that gets bumped up also. And also gives us a bunch of experience points. So the big thing to note is the XP and the wizard skill. So I picked up a scroll of Wall of Bones earlier, and once I get that wizard skill, I'll be able to learn it. It's a necromancy spell, and Alaron's the only party member in the game who can actually learn necromancy magic. And similar to how we used Wall of Bones on a...
Hello, spirit.
Similar to how we learned...
Kind of like us.
Yeah. Wall of Bones on some enemies earlier, we will be using it more going forward. So after this little fight, this is like sort of a scripted thing. There's going to be a cutscene that I'm going to play. So flashing light warning, there's some lightning in this scene. I'm going to let it play out because it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But there are some flashing lights.
Yeah, it's good.
The N64 at its finest here.
So you're meeting your spirit, right?
One thing to say here. So we're merging with our spirit. The flashing lights aren't done. There are going to be more lightning at the end of the scene. I will say when the scene is completely over with, but
So
I
that's
don't remember
Oriana,
exactly.
and that's the king, right?
That is the king. Yep, Oriana and the king with a baby. And then some goblins coming in and attacking. What could this mean?
Yeah.
Who could the baby be? And back to the scene with the spirit. And the spirit, if I didn't mention it at all, the spirit talks backwards. You see it a few times throughout the game, and its words are just backwards. So like chaos was chaos backwards or whatever. And then that is the end of that cutscene.
There's a better one coming, though.
Yeah, there's a better one coming. Alron just walks off screen there. That scene's different if Brenna's alive. Brenna shows up there, but I think Brenna shows up and then Alron's invisible for whatever reason. Just like can't load everything correctly. But yeah, we've now merged with our spirit. We now have that big XP boost, the wizard boost. I'm going to, before I forget, use the Wall of Bones wand.
How much XP do you get?
I forget the number off the top of my head. 200,000, 250,000, something like that. It's a lot.
Whoa.
I don't remember the exact number. I might be overstating it a little bit. Maybe it's like 75 or something, but I think it's like 200,000. And it's going to be enough to level Wall of Bones up to 9, which is what I want. It used to be that we would go up to 10, but because of the fights that I've cut out, I don't have enough to go to 10 anymore. So Wall of Bones 9 it is, which doesn't really have any real impact. Yeah, I only go to 9. Means that it's got a slightly shorter range, but doesn't really seem to have any problems hitting what we need to hit. And I'll actually take a couple more points of stupidity also, because there's this is something I'm mostly doing for the marathon, or like a no reset kind of run. There's a fight in a cave coming up with fire elementals, and if we level up stupidity to 8, with the wizard stat that we have, we can use stupidity on the fire elementals, and they are a real pain to sneak past. And it kind of just depends on how many we get. If we get like 5 or 6, I will use stupidity and then fight them. If I get like 9 or 10, I'll run and try to sneak by again. But you have to sneak by them twice, and they just see you all the time. It's...
All right, so now that we have merged with our spirit, what are we doing now?
So now the game pads the content and says that you must go play this horn for the dragon Ruga. Sure, that's how I'm going to say it. And he is located in the caves all the way back in Aramon. So we need to backtrack all the way through the world, which isn't as bad as it sounds, to Aramon and go through the caves to find the dragon, to play the horn for him. And then the general gist of it is that magic in this world kind of originally comes from the dragons, and the dragons have, you know, typical RPG like magical power or whatever. So this ancient dragon is going to be strong enough to name us, but he will only do it if we play the horn for him. So yeah, big walking section. The idea is that I'm going to be walking back to the teleporter at Shamsix Tower again, which will warp us back to Oisin Forest. And then, if you remember way back to earlier on in the game, I activated a teleporter in Aramon that links to Guernea. So instead of walking all the way to Aramon, I'm actually going to walk to Guernea Castle and teleport to Aramon. It's kind of the fastest way to get back there, but it's still quite a bit of walking. So I do need to take one fight along the way. So I mentioned I got a bunch of experience points for the spirit merging, but in order to spend them, you have to get into a combat. So I do need to take at least one fight to spend that experience that I earned. There are a couple of accidental fights that I might end up in, like there's a Dracovern up here that could aggro, for example. If I don't run into anything, I'll fight like a wolf or something generic in Oisin
Ideally,
Forest.
like one enemy, right?
Yeah, just something that you can clear as quickly as possible. Something you can clear with a spell or one enemy or whatever. So I'm going to be kind of keeping an eye out for that. Otherwise, and it's going to be a tame fight, whatever it is. And then otherwise, just walking
Good
back.
time for like final donations.
Absolutely. Final donations, plugs, upcoming runs, whatever you got.
Yeah,
Now's
we're
the best chance.
approaching the end of the game here.
Well, I do have a couple donations here. We have an anonymous donation of $11. That's what got us over our 6,500 jump. But we didn't stop there. We have a donation from Minimoo for $101 that says, "I'm a bear." And a donation from May for $14 that says, "Why do you never see elephants hiding in trees? They are really good at it."
Okay.
Yeah, that one took me a moment too when I read it. I was like, yeah, that is what that says. And just a reminder, there's a lot of different challenges that are still open, and there is still a bid war open for the name of the main character for the next run, which will be Pathfinder Kingmaker, and you can name the main character. Currently in the lead is Cowie at $150, with Nami in second place at $114. So it's not that far to get in, snipe that, and put Nami in the lead if that's what you want.
Awesome. And yeah, Elastoid, there's still like 20 minutes or so left, but we have some stuff to talk about, and the end game's going to move kind of quickly. Well, at least there's stuff to talk about. I guess quickly isn't really the right way to say it, but
There's always stuff to talk about.
There's always stuff to talk about, so there will probably be one last chance for stuff leading up to the final boss, but yeah, in the meantime, again, I'm still running back to that first teleporter. I'm really just following the reverse path. I'm kind of staying up in this like high ground up here rather than taking the direct route back to Shamsix Tower. There are wandering lizard men in the swamp that like to aggro you. That can be hard to see, and even if you see them, even if you can save and reload, like their default position is kind of just in the middle of everything. So you tend to reload and they're still just like right in front of you, and then you need to sneak around. And this high ground just lets me kind of simply walk around, and it would definitely be like 20 seconds faster or 30 seconds faster to just run straight through, but the lizard men just make it really annoying to do so. So I like using that high ground on the walk back. I'm going to save before this.
And it's raining. It's raining.
And it's raining. Always raining. From what I hear, this teleporter can crash the game. Ridley Killer's talked about it before. I've never had it happen to me.
So that warps you back to where the beginning forest, right?
Yep, we are following the path where Oriana made the lights for us to follow.
Yep.
Way back at the beginning.
Very beginning of the game. Back to the castle.
Yep. Whenever I get to this, I picture Inigo Montoya from Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Being like, they told me to go back to the beginning.
Yeah.
While he's all drunk and everything. Yeah. But that's where we are. We're going back to the beginning, and we're actually going back to Guernea Castle to hit the teleporter there. Yeah, this goblin he's just in the way. Like, got to sneak really early. He aggroes really easily. Just is what it is. And what I will do is I will take this rat fight over here instead of sneaking past it. Actually, no, I'm going to sneak past this rat. I'm going to fight a wolf instead. Or the rat's going to hear me coming from a mile away, and I'm just going to fight the rat. That's fine, too.
Rat it is.
I forget their exact stats. I'm sure that you can take them out with spells just as easily, but... without knowing exactly which spell is most effective, I'm just going to hit him. It's fine. And then make sure to spend all of my XP here on Aramon. Wall of Bones.
Look at all that XP. Wow.
Goes up to 9. I actually got it up to 10 because I've taken it.
260k almost.
Yeah. I managed to get it up to 10 because I took a couple extra fights. I need to be careful. I might have aggroed that Chaos guy. Like the Manticores that I don't normally take, which, unfortunately, I should have just left Wall of Bones at 9 and taken those few points of stupidity, because now I can't use that on the fire elementals that are coming up, but it's not a huge deal. We'll just sneak around them. I think you can use debilitation also on Keelan, but it means like going into the menu and swapping everything back to her, and she's the one who needs to kill them anyway, and it's questionable whether it's worth doing that with her or not. But that's alright. So, in the meantime, all these encounters that I had to sneak past at the beginning of the game, they're all still here. That rat I just fought, this one I'm running past, the 2 wolves that are coming up here on the right, all these encounters are still here. But it's fine. We've got some Guernea music that chimes in around here to keep us company while we're sneaking.
There you go. Back to where it all started.
Yep. Gotta keep things positive, and this music will do that. Yeah, these wolves are jerks. They run pretty slowly, and I do wonder if there's any way to like bait them out and loop around or something like that to get past them, but nothing I've tried has really worked reliable. So sneaking Sneaking it is. But now that we're past them, we can just run. Yeah, so well, I guess I don't have a recent split. I'm keeping track of my splits a little bit on the side. So if anybody's curious, like what kind of pace this run is on or whatever, after Shamsuck, I was about 8.5 minutes behind, and probably losing a little bit more time here. So we're on like I don't know, say a 3:52 pace or something like that. The one thing to note, though, is that the final boss can be an RNG wall. And I've gotten it first try, and I've had the final boss take 10 minutes before. So nothing is guaranteed until it's over with, is I guess the point that I'm trying to make here. So we're back to Guernea Castle. Just sneaking in here to hit the teleporter. Down here in the basement. The real basement. Look at the room that the teleporter's in a second.
It's like,
So,
how does this in a basement?
there's this ladder, and like this is the castle basement.
Yep. This is the part where casually you spend like an hour exploring the first time you get here. Getting lost.
Yeah. And then you teleport from one confusing place to another confusing place of these tunnels.
Yep. These, like, there's so many like side tunnels. Like, even you can kind of see the map, right? All these little side like fingers that stick out on the side of the map there. It's just like,
Yeah.
you have to explore every one, and almost every one leads to like another entryway to like either a ladder or a house or something like that. It's just so much to explore here.
Yeah. The I also want to point out that like we take things for granted a little bit, I think, in modern times. So I'm playing this on an RGB modded N64 with a retro tank, and if you were a kid playing this with like a coax RF connection to like, you know, a fuzzy living room CRT or something, all these things that are already dark and hard to see and weird, like,
Yeah, you should
are
mention
that
that.
much worse.
You should mention you put a filter on your stream to make it look brighter than it actually is.
Yeah, I don't normally do that for my normal runs, but for this event, I did brighten it up a little bit. I've got some gamma contrast and brightness boosted a tad to make it a little bit.
Very hard to see when it's dark in this game.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is the cave that leads to the dragon, and there was a Mirari kind of blocking our way that we had to kind of talk our way through.
Right. We're in the caves of the second town in the game, right? Where you originally went to defeat the goblins and Kitarak. So we're down in the caves now. Like, I guess you have access now to this area.
Yeah, the Mirari let us in. You get that sound effect in the background that's just like, sounds like somebody dying.
Yep, there it was. Yep, I heard it.
And the shroom is fine. The shroom is no problem. There's a mushroom in the middle of the path that like can get you stuck. Yeah, so this enemy here in the bridge, this is a Fire Lord, and he is very difficult. He has max stats, like 30s and everything. I think he's got 120 in one of them, stamina or endurance or whatever. So like ends up with like 250 hit points.
You gotta rub up against him here.
He casts a fireball which can hit everybody for like 80 damage. if he attacks you, it's frequent that you will just game over before you get to act. Um, it's
Ooh.
really awful. And yeah, we just sneak by him. I was originally, when I submitted this game, I wanted to make it an incentive to fight that guy and kill that guy, but I could not find a reliable way of cheesing him, so I did not do it.
Yeah, you're actually level 15 sneak, right? Yep. Blastoid
Yeah.
said it. Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's the max, right? Because I got equipment that made me higher than that technically, but I only got 15.
Yeah, I think you're right. Same thing with, like, if you try to use a stealth potion, it doesn't increase that number anymore. So
Right.
that fire elemental that I just snuck by, that's the other guy I was talking about that I might use a spell to wipe out if I had put points into stupidity like I'd planned. And that fire elemental sometimes just sees you from a mile away and aggroes you or turns unexpectedly. If he looks at you, basically, you'll get caught. So,
Yeah, so I think this is the final dungeon, right? Or kind of area
Yep.
where you can encounter enemies.
yeah, there are a lot of enemies in, like, these side fingers that I'm running past and everything. There's treasure over there.
Look at all those fingers on the bottom there.
Yeah. I don't need any of it, but it's all there. And then I'm going to walk up here to this platform, which will teleport me to the dragon. And then
All right.
after this
That's
dragon,
cutscene.
there is a cutscene.
Yes, yes. Go, Aileron, go.
And anybody who donated for the naming incentive, pay attention to the dialogue during this a little bit.
Yeah, so the dragon gives you your name, right? Your true name.
Your true name. But oh man, this cutscene is so great.
It's just it's very Nintendo 64.
We were in a cave and we teleported here, and now there's stone and fire.
What is happening? What is he doing? What? Oh man.
You are a child of dragons. And then there's your name.
You got the
Shout it out.
horn.
And now you're outside and it's raining. There's a waterfall in the background.
Of course it's raining. Yep. And then the horn like flies off in the distance.
Yep. And
There we go.
and that's that.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that scene is awesome. The two cutscenes, the spirit one and that one, they're skippable. So in a normal run, of course, I'd skip them. But that's like the highlight of showing off this run is those cutscenes right there.
I love when he's holding the horn, like moving back and forth. The horn.
Yeah, he's like doesn't even look like he's playing it. He's just kind of holding
Yeah,
it.
it's just like jamming out. Just yeah.
Yeah. The spirit too is also like.
Yeah, and then he like becomes the spirit or whatever. Like shows him.
All right, so got to sneak past this fire elemental dude again. I actually should have saved up after this little slope because I think he heard me. Sneaking up slopes in this game is impossible. And hopefully we can get by this guy again. And then, basically, we're going to get to the end of this cave, back into the normal Aramon tunnels. And there's going to be a little scene with the Mirari, Uraza again. And who is the, if you remember from earlier, the matriarch sage of the Mirari. And the idea is that one of the Mirari is going to be speculating about whether we're insane. And Uraza says she cast a spell to make sure we can't leave if we don't have our true name. And then we come out and they agree that there is no hint of madness in our eyes. and they tell us that chaos is gathering at Guernea, and we talk about wanting to learn more about our mother, Oriana, who lived with the Mirari and Aramon, other side, for a number of years. So they ask us what we want to do. I just turbo through things and say I want to learn more about Oriana, but then I go back to Guernea anyway to fight chaos, because chaos.
The chilling conclusion.
Now, first we get the reverse mushroom, Elastoid's favorite. Where is it? This one right here. This one in the path. You can see how you kind of glitch out on it a little bit. Yeah, so if anybody has been tensed up and excited for a tense final boss fight, then you haven't been paying attention to the rest of the run. But spoiler alert, we're gonna cheese the final boss. So that wall of bone spell that I got and leveled up, sneaking by the final boss, that'd be a good one.
Don't get attached.
There are 2 bosses in a row that I need to kill. One is going to be Prince Sheridan, who turns out is a traitor and has been working with Chaos. And then
He's jealous because he knew about Alaron's true birth, right?
Yeah, yep, exactly. So he tells you that you were the son of the king and Oriana, and I guess at this point you didn't know that the king, despite the spirit merging scene, you didn't know that the king was really your dad, and that Sheridan's jealous that you were always like the favored son or whatever. And so kind of turned on Guernea, and so you have to fight Prince Sheridan, and then also the final boss, which you could pick one of 2 names for. It's either Pachanargit or Pachangarit. The dialogue,
Ochan.
the dialogue when referenced by NPCs in the game is different than the actual enemy name for whatever reason. But yeah, Pochan, I can get behind that. So, we'll have a short scene over here with Abracon, Pachinko. And what it basically comes down to is on Sheridan's just like fine. But on the actual final boss, you have to go first. If she outspeeds you, then she casts Mirror and is immune to the magic that we need to use to defeat her.
Yep.
So we need to go first and then land Wall of Bones.
So you put all the deck stuff on who?
So I put up, Alaron already has it all, but Keelan also gets the deck stuff, and then Alaron gets all the wizard stuff also.
Gotcha.
So it's daytime, so it doesn't really matter, but
we're back in the first castle now. Yep.
If it were nighttime, you can use the light spell to make it day and have a slightly higher chance of success. I'm going to equip it anyway, just because it's like habit at this point.
Always equip.
Accuracy. Make sure that Alaron has everything we need. He should have all 3 wizard things: Witch Ring, Wizard Hat, Wizard Wand, Bow, Tinker's Glove. We should be all set. So, again, I need to defeat 2 bosses in a row with Wall of Bones, and...
Alright, this is it.
So first up is Prince Sheridan, and if we get a mirror cast, then we reload and do it again. So Wall of Bones number 1. Sheridan is normally fine. That's not really a big deal. And then fight number 2, this beast from the first dream sequence at the beginning of the game is somehow up here on the castle wall. Kind of just like teleports around a little bit.
Here we go. Go first. Go first.
Nope.
Oh, no.
So try it again.
There's the mirror.
So I'd say like my success rate on this is probably like 80%. It's pretty high, but again, I have been walled here for like 10 minutes before. So if I get walled here for 10 minutes before, we'll be really close to the estimate. But
There you
still,
go.
But still under.
We got time for the donation incentive.
Yeah. What happened is that the boss went first and cast the mirror spell, which means that I can't hit them with Wall of Bones anymore.
Wall of Bones. Yep.
And I'm pretty sure that once upon a time I managed to beat the boss without cheesing, but I honestly don't remember for sure. It might have been like with an emulator and save states or something like that, like. But I don't think so. I think I did it on console as a kid, but it took like many tries.
All right. Go first. Go first. Go first.
And you can see in this cutscene here, and the one with
He's got
Prince
the
Sheridan
sword, yeah.
earlier,
Yep.
Elrond has Lodin's sword, which we never actually pick up, but it's still there in the cutscene. There we go. So
There
time
we
is
go,
coming
sir.
up. And time.
GG.
So I'm going to let this ending scene play out. There's a short dialogue here with the king where...
There's a good scene here.
Yeah, so there's a little dialogue here with the king where he basically tells you that, yes, I'm your father. I loved Oriana. I thought she died to the goblin attacks, the ones that you saw during the spirit merge scene earlier. And you realizes now that she was alive, even though she's actually now dead. You don't tell him that she's dead. And he's like, go tell Oriana that all of my riches and lands are hers, and
He's missing a leg.
you are now going to rule over Guernea. And then we get this final cutscene, so we're going to see lots of different people of the different races, including the blue Jundar that we never saw in-game. Those are the guys in Ugarit, which we skipped.
And the ghost.
And then the spooky ghost. And then after this, I will switch memory cards. I've got a save prep file for the donation incentive for the cheat showcase, which will take 6 or 7 minutes. So, Ardra, the mage here, is here to say that our king is home at last. Everybody's chanting our name. We show up with the Sword of Lodin that, again, we never got. Things turn into disco lights and smoke machines.
Right down the stairs. I love it.
We need help walking up the stairs, so, she should make sure to give us her hand. Crowns us, but then, before it's over with,
Here we go.
there's one more guest that needs to show up. Got the Mirari, got the Jundar, the Dryads,
And there she is. Oh.
the ghost of our mother Oriana.
This is so weird looking.
And she's gone.
Yep.
Don't mind her, she could never finish a thought.
See ya. That's a great. Oh man, that dialogue.
to magic.
To magic.
And there we go. That's the end of that scene. So I'm gonna swap out my memory card real quick.
All right. Thank you, H2O, for your
And
top 5 RPG on the N64.
yes, for sure. Now, in terms of goofy Nintendo 64 stuff, of course it has goofy Nintendo 64 cheat codes.
Yep.
So I've got a few prep files here. This is from the end of the game. This is the save file from right where we were. And I'm just like in this like a weapon room right here. And this game has a mechanic where in the options menu, you can actually rename your character at any time. And this is how cheat codes are entered. So if we have any hockey fans, you're about to get a penalty for slashing. Get that little fanfare. And nothing's changed, but if I leave the room and come back in, there's now this pile of treasure over here that I can loot a hockey stick from. It's a hafted weapon with amazing, crazy stats.
Whoa. 110.
And, yeah, it's crazy. I'm going to load a separate save file because there's a second weapon, but I'd have to walk there, and why bother walking there, right? I've just got a save file here, so... the second one here is at Oriana's hut. I'm going to enter this one outside because there's nothing really to show for before and after. But if we have any Star Wars fans, we are now going to go to the dark side.
It's not a lightsaber.
Get our fanfare. Run in here, and it's really hard to see. But if I run down here all the way, you can see there's a little bit of gold on that stand below me. And around here, there's a light reaver, which is, again, a crazy strong weapon with physical resist and dex and warrior and crazy stuff. Now, I'm going to load just a third save file. It's the same spot. It's just outside. I made one of these files at nighttime and one's a daytime thing. So I've equipped here the hockey stick on Aramon. Warfang is still on Abracon, and Light Reaver is on Keelan. And I'm going to get into a fight here so we can see what they look like in battle. Because they have... Am I not where I thought I was? Oh, there we go. Because they have unique models. So here's Keelan's Light Reaver. And if it looks kind of hard to see in low resolution, don't worry.
Lightsaber.
Light Reaver. Yeah, sorry. And then there's Auraron's hockey stick. Yeah, so that's how these weapons look. But if they're hard to see, don't worry. We got a couple ways of fixing that. So, first of all, it's an N64 game, right? So, I mentioned that before a few times. But what would an N64 game be without Big Head mode?
Of course.
So, Elrond's head becomes gigantic. It only affects Elrond. It doesn't affect anybody else. But look at those polygons. Look at that hairdo.
You should play the whole game like this.
And in addition, we have another thing we can do here, which is Big W. And nothing immediately changes, but let's get back into that fight again, shall we? We need a better look at the hockey stick and the Light Reaver. So, hey, Light Reaver looks a little bit bigger than normal. I mean, I don't know how she's really holding that, but there it is.
That's a big stick there.
Now if we look at our other characters, if you liked Warfang earlier and really wanted to know what it looked like,
hey, there you go.
There's the giant version. And the shields that are the bucklers that are as big as everybody else. And the goalie stick, of course. It doesn't give us any additional range on our attacks or anything like that. It's non-functional. But At least I don't think it does. But, oh man, playing the game this way is hilarious. Alron's still got the big head and everything. You can still see that too. So that's a fun one. And we got a couple more here. These are going to be out of combat ones. So I'm going to do one more rename. This was mentioned earlier in chat, actually, which is, which is going to be Flea. Like the critter, not any other type of flea, not the basest. And now this makes us really small and slow, but gives us a jump mechanic.
Yeah.
I have not played around with this.
Can you go faster?
It still does retain the big head. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can skip anything by jumping over it, but it sure is something.
You move pretty fast when you jump.
Yeah, you do.
Of course, it's raining too.
And just a couple more. I might have to actually reset for this one, but I'll show it as is to start with. Got 3 more to show, which is we're gonna go with Crawdaddy, which turns us into a Chaos Trooper, and Flea is still active. Flea is still active at this point, so it's mini. I will actually reload the save, and this should return us to the normal Chaos Trooper size. Unfortunately, we don't blend in. We can't like sneak by enemies by just being a Chaos Trooper, but this is sneaking. We sneak at like full speed in this mode. Assuming sneak actually works. I haven't really played around with it, but could potentially be faster movement, I suppose. And then we have Tweety, which turns us into a griffin. And when we move, there's actually like a flying animation and everything. I do want to point out that there are a couple of boring cheat codes, like more experience and gold for free, but I don't care about those. But this griffin's cool. When we stop, there's actually like a landing animation and everything. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, they actually put like effort into these cheat codes.
This is the same as an enemy model, so it's like already in there. There is an enemy that uses that. And last but not least, we have the ogre.
The ogre, yeah.
Anyone missed them from the beginning of the run? Here we are.
Just cast stupidity.
And that's Aidyn Chronicles. That is the end. Thank you very much for watching, everybody, showing up. It's been a great time.
It's been great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. These glitches have been, or these cheat codes rather, not glitches, but these cheat codes have been the best thing ever. I have been cry laughing. Y'all just couldn't hear me because I was muted. Oh my gosh. But thank you again to Haktical and Evil Ash for the amazing run and the amazing commentary. This has been an absolute joy. Do you guys have anything else that you'd like to add?
Nothing else from me. Enjoy the rest of the marathon, everyone.
Oh, yeah, thank you guys, and enjoy the rest.
With Pathfinder Kingmaker.